This is our surviving horror stream. I'm losing my voice, and we just started.
Oh, what's happening?
There we go. And that's kind of like a double entendre, not the sexy kind. But there might be some sexy content coming up later.
I thought we were not allowed to.
Not that sexy.
Oh.
Not the kind.
Hi.
Not the kind to get us delisted from stream again.
Yep. Hello, hi everybody. I did not know we start on a sexy note. I could have started with a hello. We can share a wheel of cheese.
Hey, we got a blessed child. We got a noon senpai.
Oh well, I'm here now.
Thanks for giving some love to the YouTube channel.
Yeah. Have you guys seen my achievements on YouTube?
Tell us about your achievements.
I got shadow banned.
Yeah.
With my own little two chaos hands. It is tough work, but somebody has to do it.
Yeah, so we just have to go off of word of mouth, do it analog, not rely on the algorithm. I don't think the algorithm really does much.
Everybody says notice me senpai, but nobody really puts in the work to get noticed. I got noticed by YouTube, and that's the only viewer that matters.
Yeah, we're under surveillance.
Best viewers on newswhat2view.com/banned.
Yeah, I got a ban hammer for him.
No, I banned.
You banned? Okay.
Bong.
Think I'll. So what do we got going on today? And Noon, how are you doing? Wait, I'm so. Hello. Let me get this going.
You got a hello with an echo. Hello. Oh.
We fixed the fairy wheel. Look at it. It actually looks somewhat decent. And it's time for a spin for Noon Senpai. Starting off with some anime girl sounds.
Oh my gosh. America. How?
And we'll do one for Blessed Child.
It is like it is two people.
New nickname, Blessed Child. Wow.
Blessed toddler. Holy toddler.
Holy Toddler. Okay, there we go. Holy Toddler, welcome to the show. They look polished. Oh, nice antlers. Thank you. Yeah, I finally got my antlers back.
Wismar is indeed a late bloomer.
I polished my antlers right before the show.
With some good old elbow grease.
Sounds like a song that Dio would sing. Holy Toddler. Yeah. Go
Who's
heavy
Dio?
metal. Heavy metal. 80s.
Oh. I don't know of such things. Thanks for the sounds and the new nickname. Anytime. I forgot. I still owe Noon a chaotic potion. I have not forgotten Noon. I will get to it.
Alright.
I'm supposed to transform him in a gremlin.
Now that we've gotten our fairy circles out of the way, what are we doing today?
Today we are working on the comic and looking at comics and talking about horror and scaring people.
Yeah.
Noon says he's patient. Do you think he's patient? Three Thunders!
Welcome, Three Thunders. Happy to break out the fairy circle for you.
Howdy Grove denizens.
This one's for you, Three Thundars. That's what she called you last time.
Yeah.
Time to pop a meme. All right. Time to hunt down a meme.
Do you need a meme?
No, I got it.
Wismar has everything today.
Maybe I don't.
Wismar doesn't have everything today.
Yeah, I've just got a Dropbox. Your account is out of storage.
That's extremely sad. I'll share a meme with you in a bit.
Well, welcome.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome, Three Thunders. We do have a lot in store today.
This is what happens when you don't stream in a while.
Yeah, we're gonna try to be a bit more consistent. And you know, I found a story in this Vampirella that it's called Sasquatch Love. It's a horror story. So I
bet.
I think people will enjoy it.
So it's like Vampirella going out on a date with Sasquatch.
See that fuzzy hand and that creepy looking eye? That's not the Sasquatch. It's not a Vampirella story. It's a just a horror short that I thought would fit well with our audience and interests. Where's the opening?
Meme sent.
Oh, okay.
Three Thunders says horror. Yeah. What, Three Thunders? Aren't you just surrounded by horror? Are you just so over it?
Yeah, I think we're all kind of surrounded by horror.
In more than one way. Shorts are the horror, I tell you.
All right, here comes the meme. A little bit of a delay. I wish someone loved broccoli as much as this horse loves broccoli. What?
I wish someone loved me as much as this horse loves broccoli. It's okay, this is a tradition that I have to reread memes. I missed the opportunity to say, no, read from the top.
Try actually reading it, Wismore. I want to show your screen. Is your screen ready to be shown?
Hold on, my screen is naked. Yeah, it's ready to be shown.
Where?
The feeling of my legs being unprotected to the elements and wildlife, that is horror to noon. Have those sexy kneecaps out in the wild, not knowing what can bite them.
Yeah. Get all of those hitchhikers, those little grass sticky things.
Ticks?
No, they're like little grass seeds that as soon as you like step out and
Yeah, I know. I only encountered them when I visited you, and I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, so we've got like spiky ones that really hurt if you step on, and then we've got these like Velcro ones that will stay on even after washing them.
Yeah, but I brought some home. I still had some on my pants.
Yeah. Isn't broccoli just a miniature tree? A delicious tree.
It is.
We got some cool trees Wisteria's working on here.
And these are not broccoli. Can you imagine if we had like a forest of broccoli?
Maybe one day.
One day. Isn't it a part of the grove also made out of broccoli?
Enchanted broccoli, yes. But I did want to start off with the Sasquatch love. We'll let you get
Okay.
warmed up there with your comic art while we go through our Sasquatch love story. Oh, all right, here we go. I think I need to move these.
I heard a dog. Was that a dog, Wismar?
It was me, I guess. There's no dog.
It's your bark.
Maybe.
Even your nose has to say dog. It's our dog now. Yeah, the dogs were just here like 30 minutes ago. I was battling them.
Here we go. Diving into
Here we go.
Vampirella.
Can stop it. Can you move the sleeve so that the sticky doesn't reach the magazine? I have PTSD.
Yeah, I moved it. It's on the bed.
Okay. Okay. I'm watching everything on the stream, so if it's with delay, I'm not having the screen shared right now.
All right, so this is from 1979, Vampirella number 75.
Once more.
What?
Can you please screen share with me so I can react in real time?
I guess that would make sense.
I don't want to sound like I'm way off in the conversation and extremely not on topic like I usually am. Thank you.
All right.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
How many Vampirella comics do you have currently?
Oh. You really want to call me out here, huh?
No, I wanted to see if we can keep up. That was smart.
I have over 50.
Wow. A round of applause.
So, yeah, I own half of the series.
Noon says over 100. No, you did not guess correctly, but we are getting there if nobody's stopping him.
Yeah, I think there's only 113.
I do remember a really beautiful, calm time when I was still there, and you said, I think my cap is 15. I think 15 is enough to have. I have a lot of them already, so I'm stopping here. And after I left, just walked out the door, it did not stop there. I'm telling you, you have some delivered the very next day.
I found some good deals.
Yeah.
And the market is just right. Even though the stock market has crashed, the Vampirella market is flourishing.
It's booming, dare I say.
Yeah, it's like crypto, man. But better.
But you barely find a few that are like at a reasonable price and within a good grade, because all of them got snatched up by Westmore.
Let's see if I can get. There we go. Sasquatch love. The girls.
Does it have like a
go ahead.
description?
Yeah. The girls in Northern California have sunshine in their hair. Some anthropology students discovered one with a lot of hair. They thought it would be nice to study her habits in her habitat.
Is it talking about me? I have a lot of hair.
Yeah, big floofy hair.
So this Sasquatch is a girl.
Yes. Let's see. So this is Jose Ortiz. He does a few of these, but he's not the most popular artist. And story by Carrie Bates, which is, I guess they're kind of like both guests. These aren't big names you see often in the Vampirellas. We start off with a Sasquatch hand.
The Sasquatch hand.
All right, so we've got this lady. She's in a looks like a lab, science lab, because we got like a little centrifuge thingy, I think here, and then like alchemical beakers. Tomorrow is the big day. The three of us have talked it over, and we'll see, and we'll still agree that none of us professors would approve. So they've got this thing that they're making. It's called Codename Love Potion Number 9.
It's like Chanel number 5.
Yeah. Boy. And we've got Sasquatch behind her, creeping up, and from the darkness.
Creeping up like a cripster.
And not only creeping, but full on. Look. Gonna grab her.
No.
She's screaming.
He's not just a creeper, he's a grabber too.
Yeah. But it turns out it's just a dude in a Sasquatch outfit. So they're starting it off with a bit of suspense. And just like a little bit of humor with a man in a Sasquatch outfit. So he's actually working with her. This is this little canister down here. Is the love potion number 9. And it looks like 3 of them are working on that love potion number 9. So this costume, this Sasquatch outfit, is being used. It's not just for pranks. It's for science. And they're taking the costume out on the road into the wilderness.
To catch a Sasquatch girl.
Yep. Yep, and then they don't have to go very far. They've already found the female. There she is.
No, says I should get a proper box for my Little Pony comics.
Yeah.
You should, but do you recommend those binders, Wismore, more than the books?
Yeah, I like the binders because they're like really easy to get to, and they look. You can actually put them on a shelf too, so they don't look. When you have like a cardboard box, or maybe you don't even care about aesthetics, but for some reason, everything I do has to be aesthetic. So the binders are good to sit on the shelves. I didn't really want to do a long box, which is common for comics, just because it doesn't look cool.
If you don't care about aesthetics, you can repurpose an old cereal box.
Yeah, but I have been making use of my aquarium for a long box as well.
Some people have a long box made out of cardboard, as normal people would, but Wismore's is made out of glass.
Yeah, it's kind of more like my temporary housing for things I'm gonna sell. All right, so they spray. They spray the female Sasquatch, the love potion.
Do you believe in love at the first scent, that people fall in love not just by looks but by smell too?
I think there's a power to smell. I wouldn't say it's a immediate enchantment, but there's a power to it. It can be an influence.
Mm.
All right. And we've also got a twist here where the guy in the suit gets attacked by a mountain lion, saved by the Sasquatch lady. And we're gonna fast forward to the twist ending. Are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
So, the female Sasquatch has seen the scientist remove the mask,
Mm-hmm.
and she does it too. Twists off the head,
Uh-oh.
and that's the ending.
And it ripped its head off.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the twist ending.
Yeah. Lose your head for love.
For
Pro tip.
science.
Always have a fresh chicken nugget behind your ear. Works like a charm. That's what's up. Who knows what's up?
You don't need a love potion number 9, you just need a chicken nugget.
Number 1.
8-piece. Alright, let's see.
Now that we are at the topic of chicken nuggets, I wanna put out like a public complaint about the McDonald's chicken nuggets. When I was in the airport on my way back home, I like had some because I was hungry. And then I don't know why they always tasted bad. I don't know what was up. They tasted like soap-ish. Like they smelled fine, but there was no taste of chicken. They were just like this weird taste of something that should not be eaten.
You got weird chicken nuggets? I never heard this story.
Yeah. Like I know that the texture is not the chicken fiber; it's some sort of sponge. Um, but the taste is not it either. It's like soapy, salty. It's good that the smell smells like chicken because the taste ain't it, fam.
Maybe they washed it with soap.
With breading too.
Yeah. They washed the nugget itself in soap.
They fried it in liquid soap.
Delicious.
You know, now that I remember when I was chewing it, it reminded me of the smell of Fabuloso. And
I think
I don't know
you're
if
onto something.
I don't know if I can get over it. For people who don't know, Fabuloso is this sparkly, colorful liquid that you like wash your floors with.
Yeah, Noon says they deep fried soap bars accidentally instead of nuggets.
Accidentally, I think it was really intentional.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I will have a war with chicken nuggets until somebody can prove it that they're still okay. That's it.
Okay. Back to our title, Surviving Horror. It isn't just about surviving mad times that we are currently in. It's also about like horror stories from the past that have survived. And the idea of the stream today was kind of like how entertainment flourishes, especially in rough times. And it would have been a little too easy to do like escapist fantasy or action. So I wanted to kind of grab something that was a little bit less intuitive and talk about horror, because we like horror comics anyway, and horror movies.
Can I explain the lipstick theory?
Okay.
I told you about it before. So like when countries or just like the entire globe is going through a rough time, there's this lipstick theory. Then when like personal budgets are low, when the people are going through like a war or something, there are these little things that you can buy, like a lipstick that is small. You can use it all the time. It brings you joy, and you buy it anyway, even though it's not an essential. And it shows that people, when they go through rough times, they still look for small things that don't take up like a lot of their budget. That they still bring joy to them,
Right.
and this extends to makeup, to small games, to magazines, to little books, to just little trinkets that bring a bit of joy. And you would think that people would stop consuming when times are rough, but those are the times where they find a bit of comfort within these, I don't know, pleasure items.
Yeah, like a chicken nugget. I don't,
Yeah, just like one, not even a four piece.
because you can't get dollar chicken nuggets anymore. Maybe
They
one.
used to be $1.
Yeah.
Did you know that you can specifically buy one chicken nugget? I saw it on Instagram. Like in the drive-through, you can request for one chicken nugget. And
Really.
that lady was saying, like, why would somebody buy one chicken nugget? And the guy from like the speaker said, like, people buy it for their pets or something. If you have a dog in the car, you buy him a chicken nugget.
Wow. Those are some lucky dogs.
I know. And they get pop cups too. You know what the pop cup is?
Isn't it like a cup full of whipped cream?
Yeah. Sometimes I want to get just a pop cup, but it's weird.
I have been enjoying the triple berry frosty from Wendy's.
You did?
Yeah.
You did not tell me. I
It's
feel
like
betrayed.
it's like a summer special. It won't
And
be
how
around
is
forever.
it?
It's
Yeah, I know,
it's
but this is
very
why I feel
fake
betrayed.
tasting, but it's still
Oh,
kind of tasty.
so like you enjoy the fake? Like it is enjoyable,
Yeah.
brother.
Yeah, it's like
See,
some
this is
kind
what
of
I'm
berry
missing on.
chemical flavoring.
Fake ass berries.
Yeah, I hope it isn't beaver juices.
Well, the vanilla one is beaver juice.
Yeah. But you were talking about the lipstick theory, and um, like back in the Great Depression in America. Wah,
Uh-huh.
wah, wah.
Nothing. Nothing. I'm laughing because we have like a squirrel mind right now. We jump from topic to topic.
Hey, that's what the stream's about.
Yeah. Can I start working? I don't know. I just we're looking at your bread.
Yes. You're gonna add in the wisteria. There
Yeah.
she is. I see her. She's
It, yeah. Well,
yeah.
if I put her like right in the middle, when you screen share, you have this like red lines and everything. She looks like it's in a sniper's target. People don't see it on stream. I see it.
Yeah.
Somebody's aiming at her.
Um, in this comics project we do have some horror stories. What she's working on here isn't a horror story. It's kind of more like comedy action.
The horror ending.
All right, so I want to kind of make a basis for our topic today. We've kind of danced around for 30 minutes. It's good. Where back in the 30s when we had the Great Depression here in America, um, is when those big horror monster movies that we still but will still find influential today, like the original Dracula. Here, I've got like a article I can bring up that lists these films that are so memorable and kind of part of culture.
Frankenstein.
Yeah, let me get it up here. Frankenstein is one of them. That work? Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn off the art. There we go. Or I guess I don't need it. We can keep the art up. Bah. Try not to break things. All right, so we got Frankenstein, Dracula. Those both came out in 1931. And another thing that was sort of happening that made films so popular is this is when sound was first introduced to cinema. So it was a big technological breakthrough in entertainment.
Before then, everybody was deaf.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if you were. So it was kind of like the golden era of horror movies. And I believe there is a reason that horror does so well when times are tough. Oh yeah, we've also got The Mummy, Freaks, King Kong, Bride of Frankenstein, Werewolf of London, and Mad Love. So those are all in the 30s. And I think it's kind of like a way for society to deal with all of their anxieties.
By creating more.
No, not by creating more, but kind of exploring them, and kind of like the idea of catharsis, a controlled exploration of these anxieties that that are strong within the society at the moment and the culture. So stuff like the unknown, where when society feels like it's falling apart and you don't know what's going to happen in the future, that's fear of the unknown. And sort of like these black swan events that could be coming would be...
There's nothing on the screen.
Oh. Now is there?
Yeah.
All right. And the way that these movies kind of tie into Vampirella is that that's how Warren Publishing got its start. James Warren first started with a horror magazine that just had all these cinema stills, and it was for horror movie fans. I think it was called Monsters of Filmland. And I think this was sometime in the 50s, late 50s that came out. And he eventually started doing horror comics, which first started out with Creepy and Eerie and then Vampirella. And all of those themes carried over into the horror comics. Not just the Warren Publishing ones, they were huge, 60s and 70s, these horror comics. Where they were like EC Comics and just... I'm sure there was over 20 different magazines that were sold at the same time on newsstands. Lots to choose from.
So that means that people were actually choosing from them if it was such a competition.
Yeah, it was quite a market.
So do you think that right now times are just that good that people don't search for horror anymore?
No, I think there's a really strong horror movie audience. And a lot of the independent films that are being created here locally are of the horror genre.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's easier to do horror shorts too, just writing wise. And it's kind of, I think a lot of people have trouble with short stories, or even they have trouble with endings. And horror stories kind of have a simple formula for an ending, so they usually turn out better because they actually have endings that make sense. We were recently watching a bunch of student film cartoons, shorts.
What was your impression of them?
I think the majority of them were dealing with some sort of anxiety, and they weren't horror. And it
The
was
anxiety wasn't horror?
right. It was mostly social anxiety, their personal social anxiety. They were trying to express. And
Something.
what?
No, they were trying to express something, but it was not exactly coming through as they intended.
Yeah, these animation students aren't really helped with how to write stories. Teen angst for sure.
No, I feel like everybody has teen angst. They don't even need to be a teen to qualify, but I feel like they are given the worst advice ever of right from the heart, right? An experience that you are going through right now. Like, well, everybody's going through the same shit experience. I don't know what you want, you know? So that is not exactly like the advice that you would give an entire class, because then you'll end up with the exact same short, but like different.
Yeah, and I think they kind of are trying to tap into that because since everybody does have that sort of angst in that part of their life, it's something that's universal that is their one thing they can tap into to uh, reach the audience. One other thing I was recently reading was this book by the creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, your favorite. And I want to see if I can find it here. There's some neat stuff about how to put together a story, and it's very simple.
Does teen angst go away?
For some people, no. For others, yes.
Do you feel like it went away for you?
Yeah, for sure.
You're not angsty anymore?
No.
You listen to dimmer music with more. What are you talking about?
I can still be emo without being angsty.
Emo girl. Maybe I don't know what angsty means then. Edgy, isn't it edgy?
No, it's more like anxiety.
Oh, okay. And it's not just a phase, mom.
Right. Pizza angst. It is when you panic because you want to savor the pizza, but also cannot afford because someone else might grab the slices before you if you don't eat fast enough.
Oh, that's when you just slowly decide that you should go feral. That's all.
Alright, so there's this Japanese immutable rule of story writing. It's called Kisho Tenketsu.
Mm.
And it's a combination of words where ki means like to introduce, sho is develop, ten is twist, and ketsu is resolution.
I thought the ketsu was like breaded cutlet. Noon, correct me if I'm wrong. I know Noon knows this.
Ketsu. But every story, whether it's short or long, has this, or should have this pattern. And they don't have to be in that exact order. So there are some times where you can start a story with the conclusion and you're like, this is too weird. How did they get here? So it starts with Ketsu, and then you go back, and then you introduce and develop and twist. And there's this idea of always rising action in anime, where it's just twist after twist after twist, and that's that would be like Kisho 10 10 10 Ketsu. So it can be rearranged and duplicated.
Actually does not know what I'm talking about. Amazing. I have no backup on this stream. Let me see. Oh, it's Katsu, not Ketsu. Okay, never mind.
And he was saying, like, if you want to be a writer, you should try to look for this whole idea of the Kisho Tenketsu in life, so that you completely understand it and can just sort of internalize it before you start writing. I don't think I've done that yet, but it's interesting. I've just discovered
can you look for it in your own life? Because you need a conclusion.
Yeah, so there would be ending points where there's resolution. You have resolution points in your life where it could just be the pizza is delivered. That's like the resolution when you do your pizza order. And the twist is that they left it at the wrong spot and you had to grab it before a wild fox ate it. So yeah, it happens in real life, and there's different points to find the resolution.
What do you think of these ferns before I do too many of them?
They're too jungly. I heard the sigh.
I did not even breathe. Right.
I'm gonna turn on the overhead camera again so I can show off something from this book. So he's got these different charts. And this would be like a horror setting here, where you have human struggle amid a grim setting, and the readers find interest in the character's deterioration. So this would kind of be like a zombie story where things just get worse and worse and worse. So it's like the opposite of always rising action.
Why is the worm story wrong?
This one?
Yeah.
Well, there's like a different idea he's trying to express here with that if there is like too much up and down, you kind of, let's see, here it is. The hero sometimes stagnates and is given pause by worry. On the whole, the hero continues to grow, but the readers will find it tedious. So he's just saying that most people find it tedious to always have these setbacks. And what he's really trying to get across mostly is that he writes shonen, which is kind of like action. So these aren't hard, fast rules for all stories. This is mostly kind of for shonen. And he's showing how some of these would work in other, because this is an exception of why. I'm trying to think of an example of what would make it tedious of the up and down. But you will notice in anime that, like if you were watching My Hero Academia, it is an always rising, where even if there is a setback, it's they've kind of like learned a lesson and they're in a higher position than they were before.
Mm-hmm. Isn't the deer anime the Chikanoko
Mm-hmm.
one in this like wiggly type of storytelling? Because until it gets to an actual conclusion, you forgot the point that you started from, and then the conclusion doesn't really matter anyway.
Yeah,
And it kind of like drags it on forever, but it's kind of fun, so it doesn't matter.
yeah. I think that probably is a good, um,
Example.
yeah, good example. And it is kind of a tedious cartoon.
Yeah, well, like sometimes I enjoy it, but even I am like, okay, I had enough, and it's like what 25 minutes of it.
Yeah, and it
Like
was
I know my attention span is not there, but still.
Hero Academia lost me on the progression. It's pretty crazy, like 7 season in, and it's nothing but progress. Always rising action. I'll switch back to your art. Um, you didn't like the drawing I had
My drawing, it did not draw any kind of ferns.
for Wisteria.
I drew over it. Her torso was incredibly long, and her legs did not make sense. I can adjust her later
Okay.
if you wish to.
Yeah, I'll let you focus on the ferns then.
The first page is always the toughest page.
There were a lot of big horror movies from the 70s, and we watched a couple of B movie from the 70s recently. The Bat People, Gargoyle, or Gargoyles.
Lost Boys.
That was 80s.
Mm.
But yes.
And said I kind of stopped during the one fight with the white hair decay dude.
Oh, okay. So you made it quite a ways in then. That's a few seasons in.
When I say I watched an anime and I did not finish it, I usually mean like I watched an episode and a bit.
Yeah.
If they lost me there, then it's not gonna be any better later. And I feel like that was a plus because I started watching Frieren from the middle of the season when you were watching it. And then we went back. Because if you would have asked me to watch Frieren with you from the first episode, I would have said, maybe not.
Yeah, Tower of God is an anime that I enjoyed the first season, but I have no interest in the second one. And I think it's because of that up and down, and then it turns like I don't really care about the main character anymore because he's he's driven by things that I can't relate with. And yeah, like his girl he's chasing, like stabs him in the back, and he's still chasing her. And so I have no interest in season 2 now because that's how it ended in season 1. So it's kind of like those up and downs. I think are good examples of why people find it those kinds of stories tedious or drop out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have the picture I sent you, or the pictures of ferns?
I'm looking at them.
Okay.
They're off screen. I'm trying to figure out the placement of the ferns first before trying to make them less jungle-y.
Okay.
You're not extremely pleased with the process, I can hear.
I think this should be more sparsely placed.
Do not say so.
There you go. They should be more sparsely placed. Just here and there.
I don't know. Here and there.
Yeah, looks better.
You want to tell us about your trip?
I really enjoyed it, getting out into the mountains. And it wasn't like full on national forest, but it was nice to get out of civilization and back in the wilds.
Did you see Smokey the Bear?
I saw no bears. A lot of beware bear signs and don't do this or that because of bear signs.
What were you not supposed to do?
Leave food in your car.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure all trash is secured. And make sure that you don't leave any doors open. And of course, don't feed the bears.
Were they like barbecue areas around too?
Yeah, there were. But I think it was kind of like a off season for this park because there weren't that many people there. When we were hiking around, we only ran into a few groups of people.
So you did not have to do that weird thing of like saying hi to people you don't know in the forest.
We did.
I hate that.
It wasn't really the high, but we had conversations, short ones, in passing.
I live under the impression that when I go in the forest, I don't have to be social with anybody. And then I arrive in the US and we hold like small talk in the forest. And I came here to relax, not to get stressed. Leave me alone. But that's how you signal that you're not a psychopath.
Yeah. You
But
meet
then if
somebody
you
where there's no way to get help, you want to let them know that you're not there to throw them off a cliff.
I feel like if you were a psychopath and you knew what you were there for, you would at least make the effort to make the small talk. So I don't think it like really gets you out of trouble.
Yeah, yeah. Psychopaths can be very good at conversation.
Like psychopath 101, if you like want to throw somebody off the cliff, be courteous enough to like talk to them first.
Yep.
Not that I would know or anything, I'm just saying.
And it was actually really nice to see different kinds of wildlife and flora that I don't get to see here in this very flat land, swampy land. But it was actually like a rainforest in the mountains, which are not too common. I guess you have a
What
bunch in South America.
makes what makes a forest a rainforest and not just a forest? As I don't understand it.
It's the amount of precipitation it gets year round.
Oh,
So all of the plants there are particular to surviving in a very wet climate.
how are they on mosquitoes?
There were none, even though it warmed up during the day. No mosquitoes.
Wow, the dream.
Yeah, there wasn't any like standing water because all of the water runs off of the mountain, so there's no place for them really to breed.
You think that deep in the rainforest you have plenty of mosquitoes?
Well, this is a mountainous rainforest where everything is just falling off of the mountains.
I don't know. I'm just traumatized by the Florida mosquitoes.
Yeah, welcome to the stagnant swamp.
I'm spending my entire life here when I barely get any mosquito bites, and I got more in the 6 months that I was there.
Hey, we got a P. Alexander. Welcome. Even
Oh
though
my
time
god.
zones are a thing, we still got you covered with the fairy circle.
Hello. Is this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Can you cover the YouTube chat?
Covered the YouTube chat. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I've got
Like,
it.
yeah, because I can't see it. Noon says no mosquitoes is always a pro. Yeah, like I would think that they would like spray it down if it's like a national park or something to not have mosquitoes, but I doubt that where Wismore went they actually did that. But I do enjoy some places in Florida that have no mosquitoes because it's really like kept up and everything.
P. Alexander! You get yelled at in Beasley French!
I dropped my pen.
Welcome! I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
I dropped my croissant. Un croissant.
You never know what to expect from the fairy circle. Yeah, we've actually had quite a few campaigns against mosquitoes here. Where
What do you mean, like campaigns?
like full-on war campaigns with mosquitoes.
Oh wow.
So spraying water. I don't know if they do that with airplanes, like the whole chemtrail thing. But I haven't seen anybody like walking around with sprayers spraying the water, so I think it might be from airplanes. They're dropping chemicals on the water to kill mosquitoes.
Oh, I thought they just do it with like trucks that like go around and they have this huge horn like thing but is like skewed to the side and that just puffs this mist like chemical everywhere. This is like what happens here at least.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen
So
those here.
yeah, it's like a truck driving around and it like puffs everything.
And another thing that we've done is introduced sterile mosquitoes into the mosquito population. So genetically modified mosquitoes so that if they are breeding, they aren't actually making any new mosquitoes.
It's soy mosquitoes.
Alex says, yeah, we sometimes have weird fogger trucks. Maybe we do, and maybe they're just out in the early morning when I'm
They are.
busy sleeping.
Yeah, early morning, late at night. And God forbid you have your window open because it smells like death and
Deet,
bleach.
the deet smell.
It's not DEET.
Oh,
I don't know. It smells like something rotten, like sulfuric and like bleach at the same time.
like chicken nuggets.
Yeah, yeah. Like McDonald's chicken nuggets if you had it recently. Are these ferns scarce enough?
Uh, yeah, I don't know why it keeps dropping your art. There we go. I would be even sparser. Yeah, just stuff clinging to the base of the trees with bits in between, like spaces in between them too. Because we have some flowers that we want to have in the center here, and we don't want it to be too busy all around it.
Telling you, this comic is also a test of patience. Said in the most loving way possible.
Yeah, it's like we're budding antlers, and I'm the only one that has antlers.
Remember when I was playing around in the kitchen with you, and then I don't know, wanted to hug you from behind, and I slammed my forehead in your back.
Yeah, right into my spine, headbutt to the spine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you felt like I had a horn.
yeah, my little unicorn stabbing me right in the back.
Backstabber. My little backstabber fairy.
So I want to share one of the stories that we have that we're working on for this comics anthology that relates. Is It's called Raven the Unexplained, and it's about this guy who uncontrollably astral projects and finds himself in weird places and doesn't really know what's going on. So it's kind of like a ghost story of a living person.
That is quite the thing. To be alive and a ghost at the same time.
Yeah. Actually, I could go through the different stories that we have for it. Do like a little idea preview. Find my document.
I was working on a VTuber today.
Yeah, you're working on a Tanuki VTuber.
Yes. And I was painting her. And it's close to being done. And I still have the eyes to separate and paint and things, and I want to also separate the fingers.
Here we go. I got it. So we've got Sorcery of the Moon, which is actually a horror story but
There's
it's.
nothing on the screen.
I know. I'm not. Wait, you mean
Oh,
your art's not on the screen? Oh,
yeah.
okay. There we go. Why? Why? Oh, it's because I'm making it full screen. It doesn't like anything else being full screen. There we go. So Sorcery of the Moon is kind of like a romance horror set in the Atlantis times. And it's another one where it's kind of about supernatural stuff and being separated from your body. A number of different characters there are separated from their body.
There's a lack of body in these stories.
But that body is, I guess we have the love priestess who is the body of the story.
And what body she has.
Yeah.
She has quite a body, if you catch my drift.
And we're also doing a werewolf story, a female werewolf story. It's actually a story from the 1800s, and I thought it was really good. It was by I think her last name is Clements, or no, his first name is Clements, um, and it's this female werewolf in Scandinavia, and it's got a really cool surprise ending. But it's kind of like this female werewolf comes into this like family shelter during a snowstorm, and only one guy in the house knows that she's a werewolf, and he's trying to like tell everybody else, but they all think he's crazy. And we have a Puckwudgie story, but it's
Look, wait.
kind of more science fiction, and it's a fun science fiction kind of thing with a feel kind of like the old Rocket Raccoon of the 80s. Not the Rocket Raccoon from the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, style wise, but like his original comics. And also like this dark fairy kind of folklore tale, but it's modern day. Um, there's this Italian folklore about the Laru, and they have these supernatural powers about finding things. Like they can find anything they set their minds on. And this one finds a lottery ticket and gives it to somebody so that he can live off of that person.
It's an economic story. That's a genre.
Laru. Interesting name. They can find anything. That's nice. Yeah. And we also have a vampire story, but this one is set in I think like the 900s AD, and it's about a historical figure, this princess of Kiev, Olga of Kiev. If anybody's familiar with that historical figure.
I am.
um, but she's eventually sainted, and it's going to be like an interesting play of good and evil with these dark desires.
The Vampire Saint.
Yes. But she's a really interesting character because um, she's like a cunning leader. Her husband is killed by like a different tribe of people, and then she exacts revenge on all of them. Sometimes, like, she'll invite ambassadors over and tell them, "Hey, we're gonna take care of you. Come enjoy this sauna." And then she locks them in and sets the sauna on fire.
Girl math.
Girl bath?
No, girl math.
Oh, how's that girl math?
Because you have like a bunch of problems and then you try to solve them.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. And I already covered Wraith and the Unexplained, and then we have some fun dragon sproutling stories. Maybe one or two.
Baby dragon.
Yeah, baby dragon interacting with Phelan, that little ferret down there in the corner. It's cute stuff.
Hello.
So that's a lot to
Is this?
squeeze in, huh?
Yeah, it's the same dragon that is licking your toes all the time.
Yes. And I'd say every one of them is tied to folklore in some way. One kind of stretching it is the Sorcery of the Moon one. But it's still a supernatural tale. And I think that's the first time we've ever covered the kinds of stories that we're going to have in this anthology.
Yeah, it's the first time that you released even like titles or ideas of them.
Yeah.
But are you proud of this lineup of stories?
I'm very excited to work on them.
Okay, what do you think of these ferns? Are they still jungly?
No, they're not jungly. They're good. Kind of more grassy. But that's fine.
Yeah, it's the best that I can do from this distance because you're gonna see them like this.
Yeah, that's fine. So are you still working on ferns, or are you moving on to something else?
No, I'm working on ferns.
Yeah, I guess something else I wanted to touch on today was how all of the old folklore stories are pretty much horror stories. Like all of the.
Shouldn't
Go ahead.
sorry. Shouldn't the horror stories make you fearful?
Not always. I think, like, the story where the witch cooks the children, it isn't really about fearful. It's just like, just these really goes to dark places.
Mm-hmm.
And back in the day, ghost stories were actually folklore, and these spirits were sometimes confused with fairies. They're these spirits of bordering realms, some dead, some not.
Some more dead than alive.
Yeah.
What is the most horror story that you've read when you were like a teen or little, or the most horrifying book that you ever read?
I read some Stephen King, but I didn't really find them any good.
You
Um,
did not find them creepy?
I mean, I guess they're creepy, but they just didn't really leave an effect on me. But horror books, I'm trying to think. I can't really think of any. Ones that I enjoy later in life was like the H.P. Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith. But I didn't even really know much about those when I was young.
Hmm. It was mandatory for us to read historic stories from like when I was in school in like second, third grade or something like that. And there was the story about a Hun invasion
Yeah,
in Romania, and how there was this small village, and at the end of the village there was this orchard, and there are two kids playing in the orchard, and they were like, of course, playing war, because what else they could play. And they had this like makeshift bow, and they were like pretending to shoot arrows at each other, and one of them climbed in a tree, and he let himself be like tied up in the tree and like reenacting an execution or something, until these horns were heard, and the kid that was like on the ground like shooting arrows at his friend heard the horns and ran, but the other kid was like trapped in the tree, tied to the tree. And then the Huns came and found the kid there and actually like shot him in the heart. And this whole ordeal was explained in gruesome detail in like 20 pages that I had to make a report on when I was a child, and I could not sleep for like weeks after that. It was like most traumatizing thing ever. I just learned how to read and I read that, and I wished I would never know how to read again.
the closest I had to that was having to read William Faulkner in high school, and it's just Southern Depression writing. So they all take place in the South, and it's just calamity after calamity that the characters go through, and different traumatic events. And I remember, I mean, it's well written, and you do get invested in the characters, but it's just not a good story to read if you want to be in a good state of mind.
Yeah, and obviously, if they recommend these things in school, they don't want you to be in a good state of mind.
Alex says Southern American Gothic is a pretty miserable genre. Yeah, I agree.
But are Southern stories so gruesome and just so depressing? Are people there so depressed, or what's up with these stories?
I don't think they're depressed people. I think these were stories that were promoted over others for some reason or another. I don't know. I honestly don't know why William Faulkner is so big. Um, I mean, he is a good writer and he does good with characters. Uh, but yeah, I have no answer for that one. Maybe others have more insight than I do on that.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just me, but reading when I was just like barely like starting to learn how to read was the bane of my existence, because for some reason the school curriculum decided that you should read the most depressing books first so you can figure out if you want to like continue reading in general or not. I don't know what was up with me. And like later in life, I found out that you can actually like pick out your own books, and it was fine. But I don't know why they start out with recommending the worst things ever, and then they wonder why kids don't read anymore.
Yeah.
And they scold you for like reading anything else that brings you just like remotely any kind of joy. Because like even reading the shampoo label is still called reading practice. So I don't know what's up with that.
It looks like we got a good answer. Alex says the genre works in a lot of post Civil War anxiety and grievance. It's an aristocratic society that is decayed and has its foundations undermined. So I guess it's kind of like they're trying to deal with these social anxieties like we were talking about before. And
Well, you're trying to face them rather than hide from them.
yeah, and it's kind of like as a group of people dealing with it together and exploring it to in a controlled way to kind of like therapy, I suppose.
Yeah,
Group therapy.
where everybody's crying and nobody's having a good time.
Noon says he's gotta go sleep now. Have an amazing stream. Thank you, Noon.
Yeah, sleep well, rest well, and see you soon.
Glad you could make it. And also with those Southern American Gothic, there was a lot of moral explorations too. But it was kind of dealing with like the ideas of repression and boundaries and consequences,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is also very common in horror across the board, medium wise.
Mm-hmm. So obviously, like the list of to read books from school was different for you than it was for me.
Mm-hmm.
Was it more of a pleasure to read what was on that list rather than what you'd read at home on your own?
Well, back in the day, I was reading fantasy books, like D&D fantasy books.
You guys didn't have mandatory books that you had to read from school.
Oh yeah, we did. That was my
So
own joy reading.
yeah,
But
but what I'm saying is that did it bring you joy to read what the school recommended, or is it just as like skewed and whatever school recommends is not really bringing any joy to read?
um, I was probably a strange case. I'm always a strange case. It's just that's how things
One
are.
mysterious dude.
um, but I enjoyed Moby Dick, which was one that we had to read for school. I
Uh-huh.
enjoyed all the Shakespeare that we had to read. Um, but that's about it. I think most kids were turned away from reading because of all of the non-entertaining books that we had to read. Alex says we had read a lot of books about busing and Jim Crow. Oh, that's fun stuff.
Who's Jim Crow?
It's I forget who he was specifically, but it was kind of like this whole idea of a set of laws that were instituted for ex-slaves. So
Uh-huh.
you have like Jim Crow laws. Um, so it's a very southern topic. Roll of Thunder, Hear My Cry, or that one about George Washington executing the innocent kid. I don't know that one.
Alex was doing some personal reading, it seems.
No, I think that's one from his school he had to read.
Hmm.
And I do remember my mom gave me like a bunch of books to get rid of, and one of them was The Pearl, um, and this depressing Chinese story about servants, slaves there that we had to read in high school.
Are are all stories from American authors about slaves somewhat?
No,
Because
but
it sounds like it.
a lot of the southern stories are, and they I think it's pushed in the education system here so that people are aware of that part of our history.
Because
Uh,
when your mom was talking about books in general, she was like, "So there's this book. Generally, it's about slaves. You talk about a book, it's about some sort of slavery. Everything is about slaves.
well,
I don't think I heard another book that does not involve slaves."
humanity has lots of slave stories, even Greek, Roman, uh, yeah, every just about every civilization is going to have some slave stories too. They made us read books to make us hate reading, hate the country, and be guilty about living in the South. I can't say I disagree.
You're not guilty if you live in the South, because that's where you were born, and you might as well have a good time there. Are you still in the South, Wismar?
I'm in a strange part of the South.
I
I
like your South.
I am in a place where it has a lot of Northerners intermixed with Southerners, and you get a whole different kind of culture than what would be like the deep South.
When are you gonna take me to the South South?
I don't know. I hadn't made any plans.
But if you were to go to a South South with me to show me the Southest most South that you have, where will we go?
I think Alabama,
Alabama.
maybe Mississippi. Those are pretty deep South.
Okay.
But as for places I would like to go that are in the deep South, Tennessee, Tennessee
Mm-hmm.
mountains, Kentucky mountains. I like
Where we
mountains.
get the chicken?
What?
Where we get the chicken?
What about chicken? Oh, wait, no. KFC?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think they do have KFC there.
No, but like the original Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It'd be funny if they didn't have any KFC in Kentucky.
Yeah, it would be a crime. Like I came all this way. Where are the chickens?
Alex says Tennessee is nice once you get away from the Delta. The river, the Mississippi River. Yeah, I'm only familiar with the eastern side of Tennessee because of the mountains.
We've been there.
Yeah, my grandparents, one set of them, are from Tennessee.
But like you spent time there.
Yeah, before they passed. The chickens are here in Arkansas. So there we go. We can visit Arkansas for chickens.
Amazing. The chickens made it even here to Romania.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know it's big in Japan.
No, we have it too. We have like ever since I left to visit you in those span of 6 months, there were a lot of restaurants like fast foods that opened here that are American and Romanians tend to still not grasp yet. Like Taco Bell. Nobody cares about Taco Bell here. Dunkin'. And this is not a restaurant, but Bath and Body Works.
Mm-hmm. I think ours
And they're
closed,
just
like bankrupt.
closed there and open here.
Yeah.
That's tragic.
Arkansas, Mississippi with Memphis. We are home of Tyson. Are you home of the exploding chicken farms?
Wait, hold up. What do you mean exploding chicken farms?
There've been
Who's the farm?
there've been
The
a
farm is
number of
exploding.
like fires in these
Oh.
indoor chicken farms because there's
Oh.
like all of this built up refuse that's extremely flammable.
Uh-huh.
And there's also been like conspiracies about these were being attacks, some sort of attack on our food source.
Somebody wanted to roast them faster than they should have been.
Yeah, like the major chicken farm, like the biggest chicken farm caught on fire. And that was a big thing.
Did it affect the chicken supply in the US?
No, it didn't really. But I think something that's affected it more than that is millions had to be put down because of bird flu.
That was like a while ago.
Well, it happened again recently.
Oh.
He says, I don't think that's been here in Arkansas. Good, good. No exploding chickens.
No, see, this is why I live with a skewed perspective of the US, because you said the farms are exploding, and then you said the chickens are exploding, and God forbid I go back to my family and I explain a few fun stories about exploding chickens, and they're not true.
What's not true about exploding chickens?
Because not the chickens are exploding, the farms are.
Well,
And the chickens within with them, but
yeah.
you don't have like a ticking bomb chicken that is just like a tad more dumb than it should be.
Well, it does make for a more interesting story.
Exactly.
Yeah, now I'm really digging your ferns.
Thank you. Finally, I needed a bit of head pats, a bit of confirmation. They're so like from afar, like hear me out. They look okay. When I zoom in, they might look like scribbles, but nobody asked. So it is good. How far should I go with them? Like lengthwise, like this.
Nowhere past the edges of the trees.
Oh.
So keep them next to the trees.
Somebody sank like a brick in Wismar's hallway.
Yeah, that was the mailman.
Did he like fall over?
He did a slam dunk into the mailbox.
I swear, every morning where I was still in bed and I would hear the mailman, I will always think that he faints on our porch like 3 times a day.
Yeah, our mailbox is falling apart too.
Is it?
Yeah, I have to put it back together every day.
Yeah, like somebody like kicked it or something. Or you just need a new mailbox.
I do think it's strange that there aren't any big horror comics right now. I think only within indie spheres is there any kind of horror stories being written, like Lady Death and Zombie Tramp and kind of more sexy kind of style of horror. But maybe you guys can think of some, but it doesn't seem like really any are being produced from DC or Marvel, even though
So it's
they were like the hugest market back in the 70s. 60s.
So it's Lady Death, um, Zombie Tramp, and what is next? Like Sasquatch Winch or what?
Well, we got that today. This Sasquatch love.
Wow. What
Oh,
makes the difference? Sorry,
there's Wolf
go
and
on.
Batsy too.
All right. What makes the difference between horror movies and horror movies, but like of the B type B movies?
It's just production.
Why
Yonek!
horror? Hello.
Welcome, Yonek. You deserve a spin in the fairy circle.
So then we should have horror comics and then B horror comics.
Hey, Nick. You new nickname. There we go.
Yeah, nickname.
Yep.
Dronak Yevon.
Leshy Man. Welcome, Leshy Man. That's your new nickname. I used to be much better with these nicknames, but now I struggle.
You haven't done them then in a while.
Why does it keep graying out your artwork? There we go.
The Leshy Bud.
Just as My Hero Academia ended too. Oh, superhero name. There we go.
My Hero Academia ended? I thought it was an anime without end.
It's a manga first, and they were finishing up like the last episodes this summer.
Sorry.
I missed something here from Alex. It's been a long time since either have tried to do horror, and every time they do, they try to shove their main IP characters into them. Yeah, and I guess you couldn't really expect them to do it well anyway. So it's probably for the better.
Oh my gosh, be right back. Sweet Thunders asked us to take a shower.
What happened? Well, we stink. We got Sasquatch stink.
Don't forget to moisten up, guys.
I'll moisten up real quick.
Me too. We take turns. You first, Wismar. So I saw this short on YouTube that was talking about the writer of Naruto and how people were theorizing that he's not as good of a storyteller as people might think, because the early drafts of Naruto as a storyline was lacking a key character, and that was Sasuke. He was not written in the story, and uh, his editor was actually the one who put it in. And then I was trying to figure out how would this entire story would have looked like, because Sasuke was his entire motivation for what Naruto was doing in the beginning. So I was just trying to figure out how would a story look like without the main motivation.
Well, I do think editors have a huge impact on stories. Some to varying degrees, because some editors just really aren't involved, and then others are able to make things work even better.
I don't know why I live with the impression that editors are just there to tell you that you don't know how to spell. Moisty moist. Yeah.
I feel like B horror comics would look like the old classic anthologies from the 60s and 70s, a little bit of cheese, great writing, and not much gore or anything too risque. That actually reminds me of Vampiress Carmilla, and I think it's called Shudder now. It used to be Creeps, but they got sued. So I would call those modern B comics horror. So I had forgotten about them.
Not a single story has been written from the beginning. They all go through the drafts and revisions, and things get added in. Like, yeah, I do get that. Like, that's what revisions are for. But to be honest, I only saw one style of writing, and that was Wismore's, and he has pretty much everything in place from the start. So I don't know. I haven't been around writers.
Yeah, I never really thought I would get into writing. I've always enjoyed stories and reading, but it was just some new bug that I caught
Which is
after
not a stomach bug.
yeah after art school because I wanted to be able to do visual stories, and I found that I didn't have any of the training to do it. I think is why I wound up getting into the whole writing scene. So when we talk about these animation students not having any sort of training in making stories, it's from experience.
So do you want me to redraw Wisteria line by line as you did it?
Just add on clothes.
Okay. Jeff the Chef, thank you for the lurk.
Yeah, thank you for the lurk. We're gonna give you a spin with your lurking spirit.
Jeff the Chef brought the pig in the tent. Isn't that like an American pastry?
A tent? Oh,
No, pigs in a tent.
pig in a blanket. Yeah, pig in a tent. You got some anime girl sounds for our lurker?
Oh, hello. Ara, ara. Would you guys eat pig in a tent?
Yeah, yeah. I think it would be just like a really big croissant with a little tiny uh,
TP.
Vienna sausage inside.
Yeah. And they'd be like, but where's the sausage? And you'd be like, it is not the sausage size that matters, it is the taste. If I ever make like a bakery, I would take the usual pastry names and give them a twist so nobody knows what they're eating.
Yeah, I always find that so confusing on menus. Like you have to memorize this weird name to order it,
Uh-huh.
and like how do you yeah you gotta like read the whole description where it could have just been in the name.
Yeah, so like recently I've been with my brother and my mom to this restaurant that's high up in the mountains, like a hunter's cabin thingy, and each and every item on their menu, which was like a lengthy menu, I thought I was doing my reading practice, had like a little riddle rhyme, and I'm like, can you just tell me what I'm eating? Don't give me riddles. I had to like go through each and every one of them and try to figure out folklore wise if this should have like meat in it or not. You could not figure out for most of them. Yeah, and we have a cake shop nearby that has all the, they have like the cakes in their display, so you can look at them and see what catches your eye and what you crave, but their names are so awkward. Like some of them are just named the ladybug's dots, and you like go up to the cashier and you're like, can I get like a ladybug's dots and like a sunshine on the roof of my mouth? It just sounds weird.
Yeah, it's like
This
you're
is
speaking in
how it's
code.
called. Yeah, yeah, but then I feel awkward, and I just, can I get like the purple cake? And she was like, with How is it called? Say it with me. I'm gonna leave.
You must
I feel
humiliate yourself to order, please.
yeah. Yeah, I feel embarrassed to say it, so therefore I'm not saying it.
I'll have the my butt stinks sandwich, please.
Yeah. No, it's horrifying, and this is why foreigners don't last long here in Romania, because you can't even like order anything without like humiliating yourself. And if you don't speak the language, you're not welcome to humiliate yourself.
Burger.
Drop my pen again, Whisper. Stop it.
I get nothing but hamburgers. And humiliate you every time.
Yeah, yeah. I guess who's not going out with you anymore? You don't have places where you need to humiliate yourself to order?
Yeah, we do.
Great.
It's a cross-cultural thing, apparently.
Yeah, well, some people enjoy it.
Going to a 3-star Michelin restaurant orders burger.
Burger. There's this he's like a grown man, but he's little. He's like a Turkish guy. His name is Hezbollah.
Yeah, I know him.
And yeah, he talks funny, like high pitched and things. And then there was this video of him saying "burger." It's the funniest thing ever.
Yeah. Whoa, we got a horror show going on outside.
Yeah, a kid was kidnapped.
And quickly silenced.
With formaldehyde. Do you know these like electric scooters that you can take around the town? Do you have those? I feel like you don't. I've
No.
never seen them there.
No,
No.
we don't.
But you know the concept.
Yes.
Three Thunders must know the concept. Okay. So then you just like pay money within there. It has like a box on it and then it works. It's whatever. It's like just a tad cheaper than an Uber, so I don't get the point. But the other night there were these two drunk guys just I think they were like hammered at that point and they were fighting and they were got really aggressive. One of them started growling like a werewolf and I just like looked out the window to see the transformation because I thought that was what was coming up. And then he picked up one of those scooters, which, like, mind you, it's really heavy. And he used it as a bat on the
What?
other guy. Yeah.
That's
And he
amazing.
chased him. He chased him down the street with the scooter to, like, hit him. And he threw it, like, 10 meters in front of him. And that thing is heavy, like, and
Yeah.
it was still, like, working and blinking and stuff like that. And for some odd reason its wheels started spinning and I think it got some energy from the throw because that thing only works with like banknotes, not with like being thrown. But I
Hmm.
guess something activated within it. Yeah, so it was like a little horror movie on my own street with two guys chasing each other with scooters.
Was it just a threat or did somebody get hurt?
No, like the guy got two good smacks with the heavy scooter. Um, yeah,
Wow.
over the back and over the head. His shoes that were like sneakers that were like tied on his feet fell off. So he was like barefoot at some point. The other guy like tore his t-shirt off. It was like this entire thing. And this is why I thought he was gonna transform. And then I was trying to figure out what they were fighting for. And then I saw at the corner of the street there was this like um, girl. She was cute and whatever, but she was totally terrified. And then, but by the back and forth of the words they were saying to each other, could tell that they were fighting for a girl.
That seems to
So
always be the case whenever you tell me this story about people fighting out at your window.
yeah, like people are really passionate here. They're always like fighting
Werewolf,
for love.
werewolf passionate this time.
Yeah, yeah. So this guy that was throwing the scooter, after he threw the scooter, I'm like, okay, no weapon, now what? The other guy was like, I'm gonna chase you and I'm gonna kill you. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. And you can see the girl was like just illuminated by her phone. And I was trying to figure out like what she's doing because I'm like, call the police, but like, call it already. And I'm like, are you scrolling on TikTok? These guys are like killing each other and you're like on TikTok. And
Well,
I saw some.
that's the common
What?
response. You got to start videotaping it, get it on
She was not
camera.
videotaping it. She was just like scrolling, I think, through like numbers or something. But there's only one emergency number, so it's not like you were searching for somebody in your contacts.
Oh, I see.
She
I
was
see.
not filming, you know.
I see.
So I'm thinking this is not the time to go show your Insta stories. And the guy that tore his shirt off started like growling at this other dude. He was not even like saying words, it was just like growling at that point, and it was echoing in the entire neighborhood. And then he like slowly started to bend over, like, I don't know. You know, when you're like arching your spine, like when cats are really angry, they do that. And I did not know what he wanted to do. And I'm like, he's gonna like charge at that other guy. And he like touched his palms on the ground. And he was like in this stance, like when athletes are about to start running or something. I'm like, no, I'm expecting either for him to grow fur or spines out of his, the spikes out of his spine, but I don't know what's gonna happen. uh, and then the police came and they just like parked, and this dude like promptly awoke from his transformation, and he like took a good look at the police and started speaking in the most, sorry, there's like the mosquito truck passing by, hold on. See, did you spray mosquito stuff here?
I see.
um he started speaking like nothing really happened, really like diplomatic and things. Like, my dude, you were growling like 5 seconds beforehand. Like everybody could hear you. And since they were not fighting, the police could not do anything other than just like ask for their IDs and stuff. And then the police left and they just like broke up these two guys. And the growling guy just started running. But I mean, like from that like hunched over stance, he like start to hunch over again and started like running a tad like on all fours and then started sprinting. And I don't know what he drank, but that makes you run on all fours is weird. And then he was like at least two neighborhoods away and started growling again, and I could hear him. And it was echoing like from a few neighborhoods afar. It was terrifying.
Wow. Good story.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Yeah, I feel like every time I see something out the window, it's always going to be interesting. Nothing that exotic happens outside your window, Wismar.
Yeah, I mostly get hit and run accidents from the drunks at the bar down the street,
Mm-hmm.
bars down the street. So I have to get up like in the middle of the night. I don't have to, but I end up getting out in the middle of the night and seeing whose car it is.
Do you get up because you're nosy, or do you get up because
Well,
you need to?
part of the reason is because it could be my car.
So out of pure necessity.
Yeah, and the other one is kind of like, just looking out for the neighbors too.
Hmm. Well, but I could have filmed like a werewolf transformation. This is why I was like with my phone out. Maybe we have some stream content soon. Are you more pleased with Wisteria now?
Yes,
Great.
perfection.
Perfection.
There is
Okay.
often a balancing act between realism and signification, and I think she's good balance of the two.
Wisteria.
Yeah, that tiny version of Wisteria.
Should make more ferns around this tree too.
Yeah.
I always heard this thing when I was in high school, still trying to develop a style or trying to work on projects and not get bored of them, about trying to create your own style that cannot be plagiarized. And I feel like anybody can imitate any kind of style if they try hard enough. So that was not exactly like the best advice ever. But there are certain things that just don't turn out the same unless you do them. Kind of like these ferns, where just these scribbles that it's very hard to copy them.
Yeah, he was talking about that in this book I was reading, the JoJo dude, where all of the different mangaka are trying to develop a style where you can tell who the artist is, just by a glance at the person next to you on the subway. So, like, if they just glance over it and see what you're reading, they know exactly who the artist is. And that's, I think, like, the biggest uh, successes have that with Berserk and JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, and even My Hero Academia has its very particular style.
Hmm. I got a story idea of like a werewolf story based on this interaction that I just described that happened in front of my window. And that involves alcohol too. You know how you guys have moonshine?
Yeah,
And it's the shine of the moon.
yep.
Maybe it's the kind
Werewolf
of alcohol that it just triggers werewolves.
made out of werewolf sweat,
No. Like when
saliva. So instead
no,
of
Jesus.
biting you, you're drinking their werewolf saliva, and that's how they make you a werewolf.
Ew. No. No. So there's the moon in your drink, and then you drink it, and instead of like only turning into a werewolf during full moon, you turn into a werewolf every time you drink that specific alcohol.
Okay, that's
And
interesting.
then you just fill the rest in with Romanian drunk stories, because there are plenty.
Yeah, I could see that being a plot point.
And then we can advertise it in our ads to get a bottle of werewolf moonshine.
Yeah, or maybe we'll just make an ad for it and eventually write a story about it.
Westmore is trying to curb my sales potential. Can't you understand I'm trying to sell alcohol here? For how you guys have this age restriction for alcohol that is higher than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
I am truly wondering how come not more people make their own alcohol at home. Because it's not that hard.
Well, it depends on where you are. If you're in Appalachia, they are making their own alcohol. That's like backwoods kind of thing where they don't even have to go to the store. They're just making their own moonshine.
Yeah.
But each state does also like have their rules. So I don't know how legal. Like here in Florida, you can't even own distilling equipment, even if you're not making alcohol, without like a liquor license. So we can't make essential oils because that requires distilling equipment. So it might be a law thing. It might be some people are doing it and they just don't want to advertise it. But it's definitely not widespread.
I feel like there are so many ways to make alcohol without distilling equipment.
Yeah, it'd be like beer and wine, which is easier to do. And we do have a lot of basement brewers just for beer and mead. I think our brewers are much more of a popular activity than in like in Italy, where it's everybody's making their own wine in the bathtub.
Okay. For us here in Eastern Europe, that's like a middle age activity. Like you hit middle age and then you start producing your own alcohol out of a hobby necessity. Like you have to pick up a hobby at some point, so this is what you do.
I see.
You're being handed down the distillery equipment of the family. And you carry on the tradition.
What about kvass? Is that sound familiar? Kvass?
Boss, isn't it beer? Who's asking?
Alex, YouTube chat.
Yeah, I think it is it like Bulgarian beer. Streetender's gonna yell at me.
So there are not many beer makers, or what kind of alcohol are they making?
Like a version of moonshine, but it's made from fruit. I don't know like what moonshine is made out of. They're fermenting fruits and boiling it to distill the alcohol. So it's made from. It's like this vodka made from plums or apricots.
Yeah, he's saying
and
it's
then you have
more like a soda that you make like beer, the kvass.
Kvass. No, I was talking about the kind of alcohol we do here in Romania. So kvass, I bet it's beer. Let's not die stupid. Let's Google it.
I like that saying. I'm gonna use it now. Let's not die
What?
stupid.
Oh, it's like a Romanian saying. Yeah, so it's a fermented cereal-based low-alcoholic beverage, cloudy appearance, sweet, sour, and taste. Yeah, it's like, and in theory, a beer. In practicality, it doesn't have the foam. It's a tad more cloudy. It has chunks floating in it, and it's a tad more gross. So yeah,
Sounds kind of like kombucha.
kombucha, but made out of cereal or bread.
And a lot more alcoholic.
Yeah, yeah. But what we are doing here in Romania, which is called suica, is like stronger than vodka sometimes. So yeah, it's good. Some people do double distill it to make it stronger. And something that you can give to just about anybody is this liquor that you make from cherries, and all the kids just are waiting for the moment that their parents leave home so that they can just start drinking the cherry liquor.
I see.
I also was waiting on that moment until I realized that I don't like cherries. And you can do like a blueberry version and raspberry version, but my mom knew that I was gonna get into that and she did not make them.
Yeah, it's bad enough when you have some coffee.
Yeah, yeah. But strange enough, I don't get drunk.
You know,
The
go ahead.
mm, I want to say that the alcohol tolerance, I guess, runs in the family. I don't know if it's a bragging point or not. Whatever. Okay.
But I have decided I'm gonna get more involved with the horror movie indie scene here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's because I've kind of been avoiding it. Like I was avoiding Magic the Gathering for so many years, and then just started playing it and enjoyed it.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think it'd be good to um, get to know the creative community a bit better here.
So, what are the steps that you'll take to know the community?
Going to the film festivals.
I see. Well, you have plenty of opportunities now that September and October are rolling around.
Yep. And it's kind of been more of something I've been avoiding because it has been crowding my living space. Because I have a buddy that makes scenery for horror movies, and we also had a horror short filmed in the house, and it was like 100 people in here, and the AC broke, and it was a nightmare.
Forgive me
Nightmare.
for saying, but if anybody would be involved in this horror scene, that would be you, because like you literally live on a set.
Yeah, but I think I'll finally embrace it.
You finally realize that there's no way around it. I have heard there are some um, movies that need to be filmed around October. I don't know if they're still happening or not.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything recently.
Yeah, you might. But aren't you just living in this whimsical place where just people come and film in your house for no reason?
Yeah, I wouldn't quite call it whimsical, but I guess in retrospect, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know how I would handle it. I'm extremely shy around new people.
You know, you'll be here soon. In the fall, I'll be taking you. to some film festivals. You'll probably enjoy it more than the I don't know what you would call it, where we went to, like the haunted house.
Mm, yeah, haunted house. I thought you wanted to say the artist bought house. The gallery house, the talented people house.
Oh, yeah, the art house. I gotcha. Yeah.
It took you a bit.
You'll probably enjoy that more, yeah, than that too. You know, there haven't been any emails from them lately. I wonder if they're still around.
Yeah, I haven't gotten anything yet. You unsubscribed from them.
Did I? Okay.
Yeah, you told me that you did, but I haven't. I think their last event was the um, shirtless um, Santa fight,
Yeah, yeah. I remember.
and nothing happened after that. I don't know how much can happen after you have like a shirtless Santa fight.
Well, there has been a lot of drama surrounding that community,
You
and
haven't told me.
okay. Well, it got a reputation of doing a lot of scams, scamming people out of their money, out of their
Mm-hmm.
equipment. So it's like a membership house where artists can work from there, and also they have events there. But there were people that were locked out of their equipment, and there's been rumors of mishandling of funds. So I think it might have just gotten to a point where they had to close up and skip town.
And slowly turn into the pot house that it already was.
Yeah.
But after stream, I wanna look and see if there are any horror festivals that we should keep an eye out for.
Okay. I do think we are going to have a renaissance of horror coming from indie because I'm watching it happen and it's growing super fast
Where are you watching it happen?
locally.
Mm.
So I think the climate, social climate, cultural climate is ripe for it. And also, uh, there have been a lot of issues with Hollywood where they aren't producing and they're just
Anything.
downscaling. Yeah, doing a lot of downscaling.
Have you seen spoilers for Wolverine and Deadpool?
Yeah, I've seen some.
What do you think?
I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Are you gonna see it without me?
Um, I doubt it.
You can. You
No, I
can.
wouldn't be going alone, but I might, if somebody asked me to go with them, I wouldn't say, no, I'm saving myself.
That sounded weird. So anybody, just ask Wismar. He's gonna go with you. The perfect opportunity to kidnap a druid. I just remembered that I have snacks and we have Spice and Wolf later, so I find it hard to focus. Sorry, guys. I think this is too crowded here. There we go. What do you have you ever been to movie festivals?
Back when I was in university, I went all the time.
Okay, so what do you do? You just like go like a cinema and you like sit down for hours and watch movies continuously?
No, it's mostly for shorts, the ones that I've been to. Um,
Hmm.
and it can be in a regular movie theater or just a place where they have a projector and a bunch of chairs.
Is it a fun time?
Yeah, yeah. I think it's probably more fun than going to the animation festivals
Hmm. Nice.
because those aren't local. Those are kind of like you go and see them, and they're from people from far away states or even countries. But when you go to these film festivals, it's usually local people, and you can like interact with the people that made the
Yeah, it's
movies
like
there.
literally your neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we think? More ferns?
No, it's good.
Good.
The trees look properly rooted now because of the ferns.
Great. You see this like faint
Yeah.
patch of leaves.
Uh-huh.
Should I bring that in to make it more of like a framing?
I wouldn't worry about it right now because we're gonna have those um,
Speech
frame
bubbles.
well those frames for the fairies down there.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't want it to get too busy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where is this coming from? Uh-huh. Okay. So this scene is done, or do you want something more in between the trees?
Well, there was gonna be a patch of flowers.
No, I mean like here.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's done.
Okay. So panel done.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I had a small hiccup in between.
Yeah. We should hit save for once in the first 2 hours of working, isn't
Yes, you are trained with Procreate where you don't have to save.
it? Yeah. It would be cool to live stream from a movie festival.
Yeah. I don't know how sound would work, but maybe after the viewing.
Yeah. It would really work if we went to a silent film festival.
Yeah. Then we have like us talking,
Yeah.
and we get kicked out.
At least it will be a we that we get picked out. We together.
Yeah.
So now what?
Were you gonna reline the wisteria at the bottom?
Uh yeah, I could do that. I don't remember what kind of lining should I give her. Like you had a line art example
Yeah.
that I don't say it in general. Hold on, I'll search for the reference.
So what did you think of the Sasquatch love story?
I mean, it was not what I expected, definitely. But at the same time, it was not bad. I feel like when things go as you expect, especially in short stories, it sucks the light out of them.
Yeah. And I think that's something, yeah, I kind of mentioned earlier. Something you can kind of count on with horror is that nice little twist. It's expected. And so they know to bring it. And I do think that we're kind of, every one of us, all of our different countries, are in a perpetual condition of things are bad, things are rough. And if there's ever like a bright spot, it's probably fleeting. Um, or, well, yeah, I would also say that it's kind of like where there's always a doomsday prophecy looming over our heads. Where, you have got the Y2K from 2000, you've got
Mm-hmm.
the 2012 world ending on the Mayan calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
What do you think was up with the world ending in 2012? Because the Mayan calendar only stretched until then. I feel like they did not care to make it past 2012 because they were like, we're not gonna be alive anyway, so somebody must continue it at some point. So this is how I see it. People just interpreted it as like are going up in flames.
yeah, like people that were scholars of the Mayan mythologies were saying that it's really just a cycle renewal. So just because the calendar ended doesn't mean it would be like the end of the world. But I
Is
don't
this
know.
the reference that you want?
You could say, yeah, that's the one. You could say that we did certainly go through the end of a cycle and entering a new one during 2012. Because things certainly did get weird 2012 without an asteroid.
Well, people were saying like the world has not ended in 2012, but did you even like feel alive since 2010? Oh, the 12. Like, did things feel real since then?
Well, I think things have certainly been getting more and more surreal as time goes on, from 2016 to 2020. And now I think people are just kind of like in a state of shock. Like, is this reality? And haven't quite got it over, the trauma of 2020 and through 2022.
What was your experience of End of the World in 2012? Like, have you heard of it? What were you doing when the world presumably ended?
I think it was supposed to end in December of
Yeah, like
2012.
at the new year, right?
Um, well, no, like around, like a little bit before Christmas, was like a specific date or something.
I see. Oh yeah, 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 I remember.
But I enjoyed like these theories and like weird, weird stories and such. So I was very tuned into it, but I didn't have a belief that we were going to be struck by an asteroid or any of that stuff. It was just kind of like reading fiction, but it's just like prophecy that
Nice.
doesn't really come through.
Can I describe my experience?
Go for it.
Imagine it. It's the year 2012. Herbs was in the first semester of second grade. DB, yo, hello. Okay,
Welcome,
DB,
D Bad.
sit down. Sit down. I have a story to tell. So, from the beginning,
You mind if
imagine
I
it.
spin a wheel while you tell a story?
No, spin a wheel and then I'll tell a story.
Okay.
This is important time. I'm telling my history
It's meme time.
Meme time. I'll give you a meme. I'll give you a meme to remember. Hold on. Hello, DB. How are you? I'm gonna tell a story in a bit. You haven't missed anything, but you can still sit. Seat. Up, up, up. So tell me, what do you like so much about this line art that I should keep in mind?
Smoothness. It's smoothness, the like how it softly goes off at the end of its stroke.
Hmm. So not the line variation because it's like thicker on the outline.
Yeah, that too.
Okay. Hold on.
Are you hunting for a meme?
Yeah, I'm saving it right now. There you go, a Florida man one. DB came from the corn. Oh, from the con, sorry. Came back from picking corn.
Yep. Let's get your meme up here.
Sorry, which con have you been to? The big one. Like, all of them are big.
Florida man leaves job at Burger King, steals all their nuggets because F it.
Yeah, because, like, why not? YOLO.
Yeah, but they were just gonna wash them in soap anyway.
Yeah, but he put the seatbelt on. Put your
Oh,
seatbelt on.
I see. There's the meme that you have summoned, D-Bad. Getting settled. Alright, get settled in. We've got a story to tell.
Amazing. So it is the winter of 2012. Herbs was in her first semester of second grade. I was in, I think at that point it was like um winter holiday, and it was a week for us, but we get homework galore, and I had plenty of math homework to do. And I knew that there was this day that was coming where the world was ending, we're gonna go up in flames. And my mom was like, "Did you do your holiday homework?" I was like, "Yeah, I did it. I did not do it." And then that day, I think it was like the almost the last day of my holiday, and then I was waiting for it with my fingers crossed. I was the only one waiting for the world to end because I knew I had so much homework to catch up on that I felt that it is not worth it to live anymore anyway. So if it was going to end, I was not about to do all that work. So I spent the entire week just doing what I loved because I knew I was going out in style.
Yeah, spending your last day like it's your last day on Earth.
I spent my last week like it's my last week on Earth. Yeah. So unsupervised, eating cereal all day, watching cartoons, not caring about anything, lying about homework. I had a time of my life. And then we, in fact, did not die. And in fact, I did have to go back to school, and I did not do my homework, and I was indeed terrified.
Well, it's still better than joining a doomsday cult.
Yeah. I did try to convince my other classmates that it's not worth it to do your homework since we are all gonna die, but I guess they were more pragmatic than I was.
Oh, you're trying to start your own doomsday cult.
Yeah, nobody believed me, and they were like, "But what if we don't die?" And I'm like, "You sure die, like by the hand of the apocalypse, by the hand of your mom. It doesn't matter." Otacon in DC, pretty sweet, nice. The life,
Yeah,
yeah,
the
I was
doomsday
living the
life.
life. So you can just imagine this. Were you like waiting for the apocalypse eagerly to see what's gonna happen?
No,
No,
no. I
we
was
were at.
I was very busy at the time.
Oh. We were at opposite lines of the ley lines,
Yeah.
and one was super not caring, the other one was betting on it with their entire life. Yeah. But this is interesting to see world events from seen from different points on the globe. And
Yeah.
what were you doing when the world ended for you?
That's one reason why I enjoy every stream is because you're telling me all these stories I've never heard of in our private conversations. And it's this is nice cultural exchange happening live on stream.
Yeah, I mean, like, where else would it happen if not live on stream? I feel like you get to know me more on our streams than you get to know me by living with me, which is kind of creepy. But then our chat gets to know me in the same way, which some might call creepy, some might call being genuine.
Here, I want to tell a story.
Okay.
Um, it's about the end of the world. When I thought it was really the end of the world, I was in high school, I think 12, so just starting high school. And me and my buddy were spending the night on this little pop-up camper just out in the driveway in front of the house.
Mm-hmm.
And there was this like blinding flash of light that filled the whole camper. And I legitimately thought we were being invaded by aliens. And it took a while for us to, get up the courage to go outside and look and see what happened. Oh, there was this huge explosion too. So like this
So the
rumble.
explosion come first?
I don't remember, but there was like this rumble and it shook our camper,
Uh-huh.
and then like just flooded it with light. Like it was like the light was coming from everywhere. Um, but when we went out to investigate, this is also like 3 in the morning. We went out to investigate, and at the end of my street, there was this car that had run into a transformer,
Mm-hmm.
not the
The robot.
yeah, not the robot kind of transformer. And so we grabbed our snacks and we went up there to go check it out. And by the time we had made it down the street, the police were there and they were filling out a report. And I offered some oatmeal cream pies to the police officer. And amazingly, he didn't like ask us, what are you kids doing out here in the middle of the night? Um, but I think maybe my offering him the oatmeal cream pie was a distraction from that question.
Yeah, because like if you have a kid out at night, you're like, why are you here? But then why do you have a cream pie with you?
Yeah. And I also picked up the guy's rear view mirror because it had been completely detached. I was like, "Hey,
Mm-hmm.
do you mind if I keep this?" And the guy that drove into the transformer was like, "No, I think my insurance company will need it."
But you
Um,
took it anyway like a jerk.
there was like something we took. It was like this bolt or something from his
And to
car
this day, this guy never got his insurance to cover for his car.
because we ran off with the car bolt.
Yeah. He
Um,
left the cream pie as like no replacement.
I've got a what now from Three Thundars. It's a real thing. They're tasty.
I don't get what reasons you never had a cream pie before. What's happening? Why are you laughing?
And no reason. And I think the dude was drunk.
What's wrong?
Please stop saying cream pie, Herbie.
No, what? No, right now you explain to me.
It's it's a it's an innuendo, a sexual innuendo, a term.
Oh my god. I was about to say, if you don't explain to me right now, I'm gonna have Three Thunders explain, and you don't want that to happen. I'm not explaining anything.
Alright, yeah, so that got really weird. But yeah, it wasn't invasion of aliens. It was just some drunk guy drove into a transformer on the road.
Uh-huh.
And I do remember taking the bolt into school the next day and
That's
showing it
show
off.
and tell.
Yeah, showing it off to all my friends and telling the story about the drunk guy that made the street explode.
One thing that stood out to me is that the moment you hear an apocalypse-like explosion, your first instinct is to run out.
No, it took us like a minute or two to really get the courage to go out and meet the aliens.
And you wanted to meet them with the biscuits that you had. I'm not gonna say it again.
Yeah, we wanted to have something to offer, some
And
gifts.
that is the best that represents our culture at the moment.
Yeah, they're delicious. That's why we had them.
I think this makes me feel worse than when I streamed with yourself muted and I was talking to nobody.
Full hour of me being muted.
Yeah.
They rock. They do, D-Bad.
I've never had one. Where do you get them?
I'll get you some. D-Bad says this line art is kicking hard. Nice.
Thank you. I'm trying. Well, like, are they named like this on the package?
Yeah.
Then why is Street Thunders like a creep in the chat?
I think I think that these existed before that became a term.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't think anybody would knowingly make a product with that name anymore. They're very old product. It's like 2 oatmeal cookies with Oreo filling in between.
Nice.
There you go.
It's an official term. Please, Street Thunder. I don't want to hear about anything official. And he pulls like a dictionary page.
Sometimes with raisins. I haven't had the raisins one. He said he wasn't going to explain, but I think he's explaining.
From the adult industry. Okay. So when you go to the store, you call them by the brand and not by the name.
Maybe now.
Not anymore.
D-Bad enjoys them too. He's a fiend for them. If you've got raisins in it, you're in trouble. Oh no.
Oh.
I think I need to find a switch of topic really quick.
Wismar usually does that when we have too much fun. He's like, anyway, have you seen the weather crazy lately? What are other good historical or just like events to compare from around the world? I'm quite intrigued by those. Come on,
Well,
let's brainstorm.
when we were going through our Great Depression here in the 1930s, what was going on in Romania?
What year was that?
Let's say 1930. I think it was like 1929 is when it really started. So this would be before World War One.
Oh.
Like right before World War One.
My archives don't go that far back.
You made a snort.
I don't know, maybe like communism was not that much of a thing, but we were still thinking of choosing it.
So you guys were communists before World War One?
No, that's why I'm saying like we were like thinking about kind of choosing a communist party because we thought they were like more practical or something.
Weren't most countries like under a monarchy at that point? Like the final stages of monarchy across Europe?
We had like a monarch at that point, but he was like slowly being exiled by communists that were not saying they were communists.
Right.
Yeah. So we had like hold on. Um a peasant uprising. We had a peasant uprising, I remember. Yeah.
So I wonder if these really dark stories that always come up on our stream from um, your childhood schooling to the folklore stories that are shared,
If they bother anybody.
if if they're kind of around for the same reason that people enjoy horror, which would be like catharsis, resilience, having a larger perspective of how bad things can get, to dealing with these anxieties, to community bonding, all that kind of stuff. Is that a big question?
No. I mean, for me, I feel like it's more of that cultural exchange that people really enjoy when they get together in college or camp or something. They just have somewhat shared experiences in the moment, but they're totally not shared when you like go back home.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you actually share in the moment is stories and glimpses of your life that rarely matches the one that it's from a person next to you.
Uh, Three Cinder says, we banned communists in the 30s after a particularly terrible terrorist act, and then they just came back.
Like the plague.
Yeah, and then when the Red Army came, the partisans came out of the woodworks and took power with their help. Oh, switcheroo. Speaking of traumatic events in people's childhood, um, I don't know if it's a thing over there, but where we have like the anti-bullying campaigns here,
Okay.
do you have like that going on? Did you have that during high school or
Yeah, like if
middle
you
school?
explain it and give context, I can tell you.
Well, it's a big movement now in high schools where they try to teach people about bullying and not to do it.
To not be a bully,
Right.
not to fight back.
Right. That's not the message they want to get
Um,
across.
yeah, we had, it was not a campaign, it was mostly like a Romanian saying that nobody likes snitches. And therefore, every time somebody would like hardcore pick on you and you go to a teacher to like complain that somebody just like literally broke your arm or something, the teacher would say, nobody likes snitches. And I don't want to know who did it to you, but you should settle it on your own and don't come to me telling every day that somebody else picked on you because it is annoying to hear. That was all.
So
We tried to.
you
Huh?
got the pro bullying campaign in high
No,
school.
we try to teach kids that the more they snitch, the more they'll get bullied. And the
Oh,
more
okay.
that the adults would step in, the more they would be seen as beta creatures in society, and therefore they would be picked on. So we either like take it and into you can't anymore, you're gonna step up and become this like Simba character. Or just don't bother adults with it because you're gonna grow out of it and you're not gonna remember it.
So my theory about our anti-bullying campaign in school is that the teachers want to have the monopoly on bullying, and they're upset if the children are doing the bullying for them.
Because they're not doing it right.
Yeah. Because they don't have the authority to bully.
Yeah.
Three Thunders says you can check Saint Nedelia Church 1925. I can write that down.
Okay. But is the bullying campaign happening like right now?
It's not as strong as it was like in 2012, I guess. I think there was a federal campaign then. It was when it was the strongest, but it's still around.
So then you did not get it in school.
No. I beat up my bullies. I beat up my bullies.
Okay, Conan, calm down. I'm trying to figure out if these campaigns help anybody. Because I feel like people that have a tendency to bully kids would just get more annoyed by being schooled to not do it, and they would do it out of spite. So it's not working. It's like taunting a dog that's gonna bite you anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, making it cool to bully.
But what do you think of our approach?
It's very Eastern European.
Parents were like questioning how this approach would even work, and it usually was the more like overprotective parents. And it was just that bullying in general builds character and personality in people. It builds resilience in people. So it is not encouraged, but we are not gonna like just take it out of school.
Yeah, and
Sounds so bad.
I had two older brothers, so I was very, let's say, inoculated to bullying.
Your personality was formed right at home.
Yeah. And they were much older too. So I definitely didn't have the strength to
bully them back.
Yeah. But it was good training.
I used to be the one to pick on my older brother. Like I was the annoying one.
Yeah, that's what sisters are for. Emotional bullying.
It was not just emotional. Like I learned my first few wrestling moves on him.
Oh.
Like you can see me a 4-year-old, and he was 7 years older than me. And I would charge him just like with rage in my eyes.
That unicorn horn right in front. Looking for bone to pierce.
A possessed hamster.
When I go in for an x-ray, I'm going to have to explain why that chip in my spine is missing.
It's not missing. It might be a kink in your spine, but that's it. Mister, you have one vertebra that's like crushed. What happened? You have some lesions on your spine, and you'll be like, yeah. Yes, I do.
my war scars from wrestling a unicorn. Look at that free spirit there. Are you getting more comfortable with Clip Studio?
Yeah, there are some things that just annoy me probably because I don't know exactly how to use them yet. Like the symmetry tool that does not apply to all the layers, which drives me crazy. And I haven't figured out how to like do it, even though I search for tutorials and things. And brushes don't have the same stabilization, and I have to like redo the same stroke.
Doesn't have like sliders you can play with too?
It does, but somehow it makes the stroke like follow the path that you drew slower, but it makes it more wobbly. So if I want like a more precise line with the pressure, like the line pressure, the line width to change as I want it to, I have to do it by hand. So it's kind of tough.
I see.
Question before I forget: you have like a drawing tablet, isn't it?
Yeah,
Not the iPad.
right.
Does it have pressure sensitivity? Is it
It
good?
it does, and it's not as good as the Apple Pen.
Do you want an upgrade?
Um, I haven't really been using it, but if you want to bring something to that you think is better,
Yeah, I have like what tablet do you have?
uh, I think I got it tucked away back there. I don't know. It's an Intuos. Oh yeah, it's Intuos Pro.
It's not Pro. I think it's the Intuos Pro that I have.
Oh, it's an Intuos. That's all I remember.
Mm, okay. Because mine is really smooth and responsive, and I haven't used it since high school because I switched to the one with the screen,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just sitting collecting dust. And I wanted to know if you want it.
Oh, yeah.
See, guys, when you're an artist and you have your own supplies, it pays off to form a couple with another artist because then you share your toys.
Yep. You've got my full stash of strange sculptural materials.
Yeah, and that green stuff that you barely let me touch.
Green gold.
Yeah.
Big brain.
What's the big brain?
Finding another artist to work with and share supplies.
Maximizing your capital, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh,
Isn't
so
like millionaires date other millionaires?
maybe. Three Thunder says he has a Huon Canvas Pro 16. I didn't know you had your own tablet.
It sounds like it has a screen. Does it have a screen that you can like draw on, or is it just like on tablet without screen? I don't know how to explain it. Where you like look up on your computer monitor to see what to draw. Yes, thank you. You answer like Wismar does. Is it one or is it two? Yes.
Probably whatever the last one was.
Did you notice that I'm bullying the chat today?
Yeah.
You
And
guys like it.
that's why I bring up the anti-bullying campaign.
Oh, it was for me?
It just made me think of it.
No, brother. It doesn't work. I come from Eastern Europe where snitches are not liked by anybody. I'm not susceptible to your propaganda.
He says it has a screen. the Huan.
Huan. Nice. My old one was a smaller blackboard. Yeah, my old one doesn't have a screen, and it's just black and whatever. But it's really responsive and cool, and I only got like a year and a half worth of use on it. And with each trip to Wismar's place, I'm slowly migrating my things there.
Yeah.
I'm bringing my stuff.
Oh, I didn't tell them about the scythe.
How dare
I
you!
have a scythe now, guys.
But like a vintage one.
Yeah. And I haven't been scything because I still need the stick. But I did.
Scything it is called?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I did sharpen it on a whetstone. And I chopped some ginger plants without a stick. You have a field to use it? I've got a backyard. I could cut some grass.
But most importantly, you got a front yard, which is what you are aiming for, because then people get to see you.
Yeah, go out there in a black cloak and do some scything.
One mysterious fella, I'm telling you. Yeah, so the reason for the scythe was that I know Wismar is really into like vintage things, but not like vintage furniture or something. And I mentioned that my grandpa used to have this like farm tools and things, and they were old and they were like made from by a blacksmith here in Transylvania. And then he was like, "Oh my gosh, that's so cool!" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, I can like go to the countryside house and pick it up and like maybe like bring it along with me." And then I got there and I saw the blade alone, which I did not intend to bring the stick, which is like the blade alone would not fit diagonally in the biggest suitcase that I have.
Yeah, it was like
I'm like,
4 feet
okay,
long. She sent me a picture of it.
yeah. Yeah, so it was the biggest blade that I ever seen, and it did not look like it could use more sharpening because it was already pretty thin. So it just felt bad, and I went on the good old eBay and found some vintage size that I thought Wismar would like, and I just picked one and did the deed.
Yeah,
I
so
ordered it.
I think it came from some farm in Idaho. He remembers playing with my dad's scythe. Good thing I didn't cut myself. They
Do you
can.
know who did interesting stuff with a scythe?
What?
No,
You?
who, not what.
You?
No,
Not you?
Sparrow. No.
Oh, tell us a scything story.
She was out in the field with her grandma. The grass was tall. She just picked
Oh,
up the scythe and then she was swinging it around, not able to cut grass, but she was like, "This feels pretty light because it is not that heavy, despite what people might think." And then she swung it close to the ground to cut like a bunch of grass. And in the grass, there were like 3 chickens that were like pecking at the ground and things. And she sliced their head off clean.
wow. More childhood trauma.
Yeah.
But yeah, they work best when they're really sharp.
Mm-hmm. Is it tough to sharpen it? Because I bet it's like longer than a knife, so I feel like it would be tough to sharpen.
I wouldn't say it's tough, but you sit down for a little bit and you sharpen it. It's not a quick sharpening process. But maybe if you keep it in good condition and you just sharpen it in between, scything.
Do you know what is used to sharpen a scythe?
I use
With
it.
a piece of leather.
Wow, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, yeah, you sharpen it with leather, not with a stone.
Oh,
I need to like look it up. I saw my grandpa do it.
Okay. The videos I watched back in the day, he was using a stone. So that's why I did not know.
Well, now you know.
Yeah, and I've seen the barbers sharpening their razors with leather.
Yeah, same concept.
But I am looking forward to getting those skills to scythe the yard because it's kind of like martial arts, Tai Chi, where you're not just swinging your arms around and making yourself tired. There's actually a method where you're just swinging your hips back and forth.
It's a rhythm to it.
Yep.
Do you still have that Grim Reaper mask that I saw you on stream with?
The what mask?
Grim Reaper mask.
Oh yeah. That's I borrowed it from Ernie.
Oh, thought you can do like you know how there are those videos where they're super chill where they build something out in the wild out of mud, where you
Yeah.
do like a scything stream, really chill birds, and you just like cut some grass.
Yeah. I mean, I could borrow it again.
But then I thought, I think it would be really, really good to have it in like a Bigfoot suit. Bigfoot scything your yard. ASMR.
Gotta plug in my iPad.
I can dress as a little bug wedgie next to you.
Hmm.
What?
Just trying to figure out how to keep this within cord length because I didn't have it plugged in.
So I'm telling you guys, rural ASMR. I bet it's a thing.
Let's see if this. Okay, cool. It's working. I got it upside down, but it's working. Oh, I'm so tiny.
It's okay, Wismar.
I just shrunk.
Now is a good time to tell small whist stories. Back when I was little.
I got a traumatic event from Little Whist times.
Okay.
So there was this dead tree in the backyard where I was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents hired some people to come take it down. And as soon as they, did the chainsaw through the bottom of the trunk, a huge black swarm of cockroaches flittered up into the air like smoke. And it was disgusting and horrifying. And I think they landed on the roof. I don't know where they went to, but I have never seen so many cockroaches in my life.
But since they were all like housed there, um, weren't you guys having problems with cockroaches? Because I feel like if they are all in the same place, they do gotta like go out and eat.
Yeah, I mean, there were cockroaches in the backyard.
No, but I mean like in the house, or wasn't it close to the house?
No, we didn't really have any problem in the house.
I see. Well, that was good because by how many there were, it would not be like the first place that you think you would like find their nest.
Yeah.
Like you never suspected that tree to have like sketchy behavior in it.
Yeah, we regularly had bug sprays like once a month.
I see. In the yard?
No, inside.
Mm.
Yeah, it was a big nope. I did nope out because I was outside watching big dudes cut down a tree, and then as soon as the swarm came out, I noped out inside.
What did the dudes do?
I don't even remember. I all I remember is that terrifying cloud.
You repressed it out of your memory.
They could have gone running to their truck for all I know.
Mm. I was recently informed why we have so many stray cats around here and why nobody minds them.
Okay.
And like an older neighbor lady said that they're here for pest control. I'm like, yeah, if we had mice, and she was like, no, no, they're here for like bugs and things. This is why we don't have cockroaches around because they eat cockroaches. I'm like, excuse
Oh.
me, do they? Because I feel like
Yeah.
I would never see the cats around your neighborhood do that.
Yeah, if there's like especially if you get an indoor cat, they do play with them. I've seen that happen. Um they eat lizards, those little lizards that we have colonies of.
Hmm.
But yeah, they also do eat cockroaches sometimes.
Wow. I'm never petting a cat again.
Slap them around. Sometimes do. Well, if their own butt licking isn't good enough to not want to be licked by them, there's another one for you.
Now that you mention it.
But dogs can be the same. I've seen dogs eat them as well. And lizards.
My dogs eat snails. They're like half French. They crunch them like shell and all after it rains.
But they are certainly not a reliable solution to cockroaches, especially if you've got a tree full of them. There's no cat that's going to go through all those.
Something really interesting I did find out is that when you have like you said a termite infestation, we saw neighbors, like a neighboring house, have it. They come with a circus tent and they put it over your house, and it's like a circus.
Yeah,
And then they, I don't know what they do inside. They like turn it into the Holocaust, but
yeah. Everybody in there gets gassed.
yeah, but from the outside it looks really fun. Like, oh my gosh, the circus right in our neighborhood yard.
And then they put up signs, do not get close, you may die.
Yeah, which was kind of like a twist for the entire circus theme. But I do wonder if that tent that they are using is like a vintage circus tent. I mean, it could be.
Yeah, and they even had like lights in it, like different colored lights to make it
Yeah.
look even more fun. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
like it's almost like they want you to go in.
It's very trap. But I think termites are probably the most scary thing. Not like immediately scary, but if you see them in your walls, it's like there goes your whole house.
Investment.
Yeah.
I've never seen termites. I don't know what they look like.
They're kind of like ants with wings.
Interesting.
Uh,
So, why do people still buy and make houses out of wood there if you know termites are a thing?
The wood's supposed to be treated so that termites don't want it, but it still is a thing. And it's usually more of a thing with older homes too that didn't have the treated wood. Yeah, a lot of people, their whole personal wealth is tied up in their houses, and then if you get termites, yeah, it's a huge expense even to have the circus tent be set up and take care of all of them. And you have to be out of it for like a month.
Don't be dramatic. More like 3 days if you're not really minding the smell. If you don't care that much about how long you live, you can be in the next day. Am I taking long?
What do you mean?
Like with the line art?
Oh, that's fine.
We're not rushing.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I still see the appeal of brick houses for some reason.
We chillin'. Yeah, I do too. I would even appreciate a concrete block house.
Those have the best kind of insulation that you can ask for. In the summer, they stay cold. In the winter, they keep the warmth in.
Yeah, so perfect house for me would be built like a warehouse where it's got iron trusses and concrete block construction.
And ideally, like a dam around it, but it's not necessary.
So it doesn't flood?
No, so you can keep like alligators and people away.
Oh, mosquito farm.
Yeah.
If you hang out
Yeah, but
in the tent, you can see all sorts of fairies and cryptids. Yes. Yes, before
yeah,
you
like
join Fairyland.
you slowly join them. Not mosquito farm. You can like have it without water and just have it electrified.
Oh, we do have electric fences.
Are they a thing? I thought they were just like a cartoon thing.
No, they're a real thing. It's more of something you find out in the country because they're trying to like keep like boars away or even some deer.
Hmm.
So it's not really about keeping things in. It's kind of more about keeping things out.
Can I tell you a bit of another traumatizing story from when I was little?
Okay.
I was in first grade and they changed the fence around our school yard, and they put up this like tall black fence, and they were just like painting it. And the teachers, not these were not like rumors from kids. So the teacher said this fence will be electrified,
Mm-hmm.
so don't freaking touch it. Because we like really used to like just climb on the fence because it seems like fun, because we did not have like swings or stuff. We would just have like a concrete field to run on, and that was it. So the fence was the next best thing to like actually toys. uh,
So you would like throw stuff on it and see it get electrocuted.
it was not electrocuted yet, but they told us it is electrocuted, unlike the last one. So don't climb on it, don't touch it, don't anything. And nobody like touched it for like a whole week. And then we were out at recess, and like a kid slapped another kid. I don't know why. But then one teacher got like extremely mad, and they took both the boys. And you know, when you get something in your mind that if you touch the fence, you're gonna die, and nobody did dare touch it, it is really terrifying when the teacher like grabs both of them by the hands and just like drags them close to the fence, and she says, "I told you the fence is electrified and you're gonna suffer the consequences." She like shoved them in the fence, both of them, and they started like screaming and they fell to the ground in pain.
Wow.
But I don't know why they were in pain and screaming and just like flopping on the ground like a dead fish, because the fence was not electrified. So I don't know if it was like from their mind that they knew they're gonna get hurt, and you get the like mind suggestion to tell you that, hey, this is not a good idea.
Hmm.
But yeah, they were just like crying in pain and just torture souls. Yeah, so after that, we didn't, from their reaction, we could not really tell if they got electrocuted or not, but nobody like dare touch the fence again. And when we asked them, so did you like get electrocuted? They were so scared when they were shoved in the fence that they could not tell if they were electrocuted or not. So nobody like did touch it.
Wow. Yeah, talking about teachers having the monopoly on bullying.
Right, right. But I think one brave soul at some point said, like, if this is electrocuted and I take like a piece of ham from my sandwich and I put it on the fence, it's just fry it. And then he did, and then nothing happened, and then he touched the fence, and then nothing happened, and we started climbing on the fence.
Um, yeah, I have touched an electric fence before. Uh,
How does it feel?
it's it it's like a zap, and it does make like you can't hold your hand on it because it's just like a reflex. As soon as you get the
Uh-huh.
zap, your hand jumps off.
Yeah.
But it's not pleasant. It doesn't burn or singe the skin or anything.
So, when you have these electric fences, are you like required to put a warning that they are electric?
Yeah, I mean I have seen signs. I don't know if it's a requirement.
Can you put up a sign if it's not?
Yeah, you can put up fake signs. A lot of people do fake signs for security alarms for their houses too.
Mm. I I know I'm not allowed to put up signs, but I kind of want to put a sign up for the mailbox since it's metal to say that it's electrified.
Well, then they really will be slam dunking more, so they don't touch it.
And it would be fun to see like what happens, or like electrified porch or something.
Make you an electrified fairy circle,
Wow.
so you can get shocked whenever you want.
For my Pavlovian reflex. Yeah, so the story with this electrified fence from my primary school was that it was supposed to be electrified, but then they only had the budget to do it not electrified, and like it was for first graders up until fourth grade kids.
They only had the budget for the sign.
Not the sign, just like to make it electrified. I'm like, what were you like intending to do? And then I did ask my mom, like, was that okay to do? She was like, I don't know. I did not go to those meetings. Seems fair that she did not go to those meetings.
Yeah, who needs to bring tasers to school if you have an electric fence? You can throw kids
Yeah,
on.
where a teacher shoves you in the fence. Does child protective services also affect teachers?
No,
No,
no.
they should.
They just get fired. But I do get to hear about all the drama.
From my stories?
No, from Ernie's stories.
Ah. He did say that working with kids turns you in a certain kind of psycho. I'm like, do you want to like say something? It's okay if you want to talk.
We need to put some ears on her.
What?
Ears on Wisteria.
I'm gonna do them on a ladder layer. Like, I want to finish the hair so it has continuity, and then I'm gonna like draw them in and erase.
Mm-hmm.
So you titled this whole stream about horror stories and things, but I feel like the most horror stories that we went over are the childhood ones.
Yeah, other than the Sasquatch love.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did a lot of other preparation, but I kind of decided not to run with it because I brought
Okay.
the Eerie publications. This about horror comics. Let me see what this. The Weird World of Eerie Publications.
Mm.
But whenever I click on it, it makes your screen go gray. So
It's fine. Just put my screen back on and drawing Wisteria's boobs. Everybody was here for this.
but it was a good book about the history of horror comics.
I totally forgot. So remember, like a million years ago, where we were talking about the clubbing scene in Europe in around the year 2000.
Okay.
And I said that I'm gonna make a playlist that feels like you're in a club somewhere in Italy or Spain in the year 2000. I did that on Spotify, and I promised DB that I'm gonna share it with him. And finally, DB context, I made the playlist. Should I like share it on Discord or something?
Rocket. Yeah, yeah. Sure. Discord.
Hold on. Let me grab the link.
Says woot woot, hook it up.
Yeah, boy.
I'm thinking of late stage Madonna.
Oh.
Some very late stage Cher.
No, it's so like it's Eastern Europe, so no Madonna, no Cher.
Okay.
How do you share this? Make oh, share. Okay. Found it. Can I put it in the Stream
Music.
chat?
There's a music channel.
I put it in the stream chat.
Oh, that works too.
I put it in music too. I don't know if this works. Somebody click on the link and tell me if it works.
He says he loves French police. A music nut. He's a music nut.
What kind of nut? Macadamia nut.
Musicademia.
A nutty nut. I recently got into pecans. They're so good.
Yeah. I can eat pecan straight.
Straight, like straight up, or what kind of straight?
Like without it being anything else, just pecans out of the bag.
Oh. I'm re-eating this version that is like candied pecans, so they're like coated in the sugary
Yeah, those are
coat,
delicious too.
and they're toasted beforehand, so they're like way darker than normal pecans, and they're so buttery, nutty. They're like an entire cake, but without the cake.
Yeah, when they're fresh and baked, those are delicious.
Boy.
The link works.
I should make some.
Thank you.
Thank you. I should make some now that fall time rolls around. I would munch on those way better than on Halloween candy.
Yeah. And it doesn't make you feel sick afterwards if you eat too much.
Yeah. Did you know that there are these, not macadamia nuts, Brazilian nuts? Mm-hmm. Apparently they're really high in selenium. And also you should not eat too many of them because they're like toxic to have too much selenium in you. So 3 at most. If you go over 3, I guess you're like imploding or something. I don't know.
I didn't know
it's not okay to eat
selenium.
them. Yeah, it's not okay to eat them daily, regularly, or something. You can see them as a supplement, but definitely not as a snacking choice.
I see. I did that with kale without knowing that it had compounds in it that aren't good to build up.
You ate kale?
Yeah, I had this like huge bag of kale that I just had as a salad.
Uh-huh.
And I was wondering why my stomach was so upset after eating a huge bag of kale. But then I looked it up, and it was like, yeah, this stuff isn't good to eat too much of at once.
So what kind of poisoning did you get?
I don't know. But it's, kind of similar thing. DB says, I got spots in my plan if you want. I'm currently using your spot in your plan for YouTube. That's where our music playlist comes from, which isn't
what
here
spots
today.
are you talking about?
You might be talking about Spotify now. But maybe a family plan.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah, so he says he got Spotify too.
Yeah, we are on your YouTube plan.
Yeah.
Which is nice. Thank you, DB.
Yeah, very. We get to enjoy that while we drive to the grocery store and listen to anime music.
Yep. And to questionable podcasts, which might be ours.
No problem. It's a lifesaver.
Especially when you're like in a situation where you need to give CPR or something and you have to look it up and then you don't have ads rolling in. That's like definitely a lifesaver.
Yeah. Those commercials.
Yeah, like you literally can die during a Kroger commercial. It's not fun.
Yeah, that's the whole reason why we're not affiliate anymore, so you don't have to worry about these commercials. Uninterrupted hangout with this weird folk.
It would be weird if you were like hanging out with your friends and mid-story a commercial roll around. And everybody like had to sit silent and watch it. guys, there's the Starbucks commercial. Shh. But soon it will be the season of the pumpkin spice and of the fall times. And are you guys excited? I'm so done with this summer.
Yeah, we're entering hurricane season here. Late
I
summer.
saw that there's a one called Debbie Derby.
Debbie, yeah.
Yeah, then it is there because our favorite vintage shop closed because of it.
Oh, yeah. So I think it's already passed. It's been
Yeah,
raining.
what they were like closing to be safe.
Yeah. Yes, and doing karaoke, having commercials would be really lame. There was one just before Debbie, I don't remember the name of it, that hit Texas. And people were without power for a while. That's where those stories of people, the utility people getting attacked, restoring power was from Texas.
But are you guys ready for those good, crisp, full time mornings?
Yes, I look forward to it every year.
Yeah. I feel like so people like from Nordic countries, Finland, Norway, Sweden, whatever, they get seasonal depression during the the months where they don't have a lot of sun,
Mm-hmm.
and they take vitamin D for it to just like fight the seasonal depression. And most of the time, it just doesn't work, and everybody is just so sad and grumpy and whatever. Um, but then I get the same thing, but like during summer. For me, summer depresses me like nothing else. By the time I reach August, I'm tired in the soul.
It saps your energy, all that heat.
And it's not even just the energy. Nothing cool is happening during the summer. And I'm not talking about the summer break. Like, let's get over the fact that we once had free time during summer. It's just, there's no joy. There's no holiday. There's no like family get together. Nothing good is happening during summer. You're constantly toasty. People are getting angry. Stuff is overheating. People are reminding you that the globe is melting. I don't know. I want full time to roll around and for people to leave me alone.
Yeah, and that first day where fall comes, you can actually smell it in the air.
Yeah.
It's my favorite smell. Fall. First day of fall.
So when is your first day of fall? Because I bet it's not September 1st.
No, it usually doesn't come until like late October, sometimes into November.
So do you like literally smell the day I come?
Yeah.
I bring the full time with me. Yeah, you can smell the dirt and the chestnuts here. Like as soon as September hits, there's that like heavy rain smell in the air, and it's cold and crisp.
I don't remember what we decided about her hip bags. Were we going with both of them? Or were we keeping them?
I think. Well, here I drew her with like both of them.
Mm-hmm. They look good.
But then, yeah, but here they wouldn't really fit unless I just do one.
Yeah, you could do one where it's kind of like swung around to her back.
Yeah, okay. I'll do one. Let me finish this leg. And I finish her line art and I'll do the ears off stream.
Okay.
Because I want to watch anime and snack.
Yeah. And watch another Fox Girl.
That's a wolf one.
Yeah, you're right.
It's wolf and spice, not fox and spice.
She looks like a red fox.
But she's really cute.
Mm-hmm.
And we do share a lot in common. She's always bothering her companion for snacks like I do for you.
Yep. And she's this wild spirit from the north, the mountains.
Yeah. So one nice thing I like when Wismore is giving me these like under drawings to line is that he usually like details and draws the feet, and then I don't have to worry about like drawing each of the toes and like giving the right shape. They're really expressive because you can like draw hands with expressions and you can draw feet with expression. And if like Wismar has like a pure talent is drawing feet, I don't know where that comes from, but he like really likes drawing feet.
And I give Wisteria's feet a particular kind of character of foot. And
What is that?
it's just like the shape. You'll find
Oh,
it's you'll find it's consistent, pretty strong.
like you're trying to make a specific kind of foot.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And every character will have different feet. Because Sorcery of the Moon, I believe she wears sandals, so she'll have a different type of character foot.
Can we make like a page after that for Wikifeet?
Okay.
Because if you are not gonna do it, then somebody else will.
Yeah, even the vampire story, I have a particular kind of foot in mind. It's
See, I
like
told you that Wismore is really good at drawing feet.
a more slender foot with long toes.
Yeah.
And I think that you can kind of tell what somebody's feet look like if you look at their hands. So I am also very consistent between hands and feet too, character-wise.
Mm. Is that the same in real life?
Yeah,
Do my hands match my feet?
yeah, everybody's does.
Oh, I never noticed it. This is freaky.
So that's,
Where did where did you learn that?
I don't know. I learned a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but there's this whole idea of fan service. DB never knew that either, huh? The idea of fan service beyond just the panty shots is in Japanese manga and anime. It's really about delivering something that the fans are really into or excited for. So if you've got like a food manga, you make sure that the food looks delicious. Um, or if it's like a sports manga, they're very particular about how, like they make sure that the rules are
Right.
well understood and presented the right way because they know
Mm.
that they're reaching sports fans or fans of that sport. And so they find all different kinds of ways to appreciate their audience. And I think pretty feet, pretty hands is one of my fan services I get to offer.
Are you saying that our future audience would be into feet?
Maybe just because of the artwork.
Nice. Well, we can certainly tap into that fan group.
Yeah. I think there are actually hand people out there too.
They are, but nobody cares about them. But I feel like I've never seen more fan service that I've seen in My Dress Up Darling.
Yeah, that's a good example.
Yeah, that is like fan service and some story after. Does it somewhat match the line art?
The big crowd is bigs. Yeah, it looks good.
Okay. I feel like it should have more thick lines here and there, but maybe I could just thicken them up later.
Yeah, there should be a little bit more variation.
Yeah, but yeah.
But I can see some.
Yeah.
And
I'll make some more.
you got the saddlebags in there.
Yep.
Good job.
It doesn't disrupt too much. Damn. Yeah, the feed crowd might be big, but anybody can appreciate a panty shot. There you go. That is rare.
Yeah. Covers all the niches.
Yeah.
But that is something that I like about Japanese media, is that you can tell that things are presented with care, and like this, they're showing their own authentic joy and appreciation. That
They like care about your needs even if your needs are weird.
Yeah.
Every time I'm trying to say something really like heartwarming, it does not turn out that way.
Another example would be like paying attention to how guns work and proper technique with guns, because there are a lot of gun nuts out there, and they can immediately be like, this is stupid. This isn't real. So it takes them out of the story anytime they see something that doesn't work like it's supposed to.
Oh, and the people with armor and swords.
Yeah.
Those are like an annoying bunch. It's like, that's not how you hold that sword. And I'm like, how am I supposed to know? My mom did not let me play with swords when I was little.
I got you covered.
Thank you. Noon is one of them. He pointed it out that, hey, Herbs, this is not how you hold the sword. I'm like, nobody asked you. Like, enjoy the cleavage on this character and move along. What do you think of my hand stabilization?
They're good lines. Let me unplug this so I can. It's so weird. What happened? You turned into a robot. Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Myself?
Yep. Yeah, you're our robot. And oh wow, Discord got really pixelated. So it's our Discord connection.
Sorry.
There we go. I think you're back.
You got it?
Yeah, you're good
Unless
again.
I like leave and come back.
No, it fixed itself.
Do I still sound weird?
Nope. Just as weird as usual.
That was not nice.
So I did really get a lot out of that book, which was Manga in Theory and Practice by Hirohiko Arakai. Araki, creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And I really had only seen the cartoon, the anime. I didn't realize how good and much better his art is in the manga because it has samples in here of pages.
I really liked to see from the video that recommended this book his fashion shows. Like, I'm really into that, and I would like to see more.
Okay.
I don't know if we're able to find a runway show or something. We can watch it and just do our own commentary on the side in our free time.
How is fashion these days? Like, I
In the trash.
feel like everything just isn't as good as it used to be. And fashion, I haven't really seen anything that sparked my interest since Project One Runway ended. Like there was a
You do
time
have really specific taste, yeah.
there was a time when fashion was really cool during Project Runway and before, but afterwards it's kind of like it feels like everybody's lost. They don't.
Creatively lost.
Yeah.
There's this wave of like horror being put back into runway shows too lately. What I feel like it's really messing with how good garments can look is this whole like, let's use environmentally friendly recycled materials. And I feel like for a, one entire collection that is worn on the runway, it doesn't matter. Like if you're trying to mass produce, no, of course, okay, but then you're creating one piece, maybe two at most. Like let's just try to use whatever fabric we can to like be creative and not try to use recycled bottles just because. Or
Yeah.
maybe it's just me.
I
I
mean,
don't know.
why not just make clothes out of hemp?
But yeah. Yeah, a bunch of scandals about plagiarism within the fashion shows at the moment. And the latest one was, I think, from Versace, I think, and it was with a embroidered shirt that was ripped off from our folklore, like the Romanian kind
Okay.
of traditional shirts. And at that point, our shirts kind of look like the Ukrainian ones, like the Polish ones, like the whatever, but the patterns are specific. And apparently, like they copy the pattern like one to one. And I think this is what like angered a bunch of people. So yeah, there's like just scandal at the moment with a bunch of things being copied from older collections and nothing really new coming along. But I can keep you updated.
It actually sounds kind of neat if they're going to some folk costumes
Mm-hmm.
inspiration. And
Yeah, I saw this. Sorry.
that
No.
is something that I want to do with these comics too, is really have an eye to fashion. And we do have some older like medieval places to represent. So I think that'll be good to know.
Mm-hmm.
And that Vampire Sate story is actually Ukrainian. So your knowledge of their folk dressing would come in handy.
Sure. There is this capsule wardrobe that I saw, from which that Olympics outfit got picked? The one that you like really liked? I don't think it was like from.
Yeah, the Mongolian.
Mm, yeah, the Mongolian one. It was from a series of like sportswear inspired by their fashion.
Yep.
And it was pretty neat. Like I feel like people would be really into working out in these types of clothes because I don't feel like they restrict your movement that much. Like you can work out in anything else other than leggings as well. I would be into it.
Yeah, so it probably is the major fashion houses that are just out of creative ideas. And there's still lots of cool things happening if you know where to find them.
Would you watch the Met Gala again with me?
Mm,
Not like this one, like the next one.
yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to watch the same one again.
He was trying to think of a way to refuse me.
In another life, I wouldn't have mind getting into the fashion industry.
The the JoJo's Bizarre Adventures creator got in the fashion industry. I bet you can.
Yeah, that's a good point. There are other ways to use those skills.
Make like a capsule wardrobe inspired by the characters that you have in your comic.
Yeah, and like we were already talking about having an eye towards fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there we go. And that would be another fan service audience that gets to be pleased.
Would you like to do a fashion show with me?
I think that'd be cool. Do like a little art fashion show.
Yeah, instead of like a whole gallery or something, do a fashion show.
Yeah, or even you know how they have like summer swimsuit issues. We could do it
Yeah,
with just like a fashion show.
yeah. A fashion calendar. Okay.
Are we wrapping it up here?
No, I want to thicken up some lines. Do you want to stay on for like 10 more minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, but I'm just this. I'm pretty creative and I'm appreciating Wismore's company within all our projects. And therefore, every time he has like this weird thing of like, I would like to get into fashion like in another lifetime. I'm like, we only have one lifetime, you know. Do you want to like get into it right now? And I'm there to be like, we can make this happen, Wismore. And yeah, I like to tell you that we can make things happen.
Yeah. We do inspire each other in a lot of ways.
So I don't know if all your desires and dreams need to like happen because we have a lot of them like terrorizing the neighborhood in gorilla costumes.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's some worth pursuing.
You gotta try it all out. And I think a lot of times it matches up to things you're interested in.
Yeah.
And that's why we are our own kind of perpetuating engine.
Or self-fulfilling prophecy, one or the other. Vicious idea cycle.
I'm considering doing the cover for this in oil paint.
Now, see, this is an idea that I don't support, but then I'm not gonna stop you. You just have this obsession with oil paints that you don't get out by like actually getting to your own oil painting, and you feel like every project needs to be oil painted.
Yeah.
I swear, I had this important commission, and Wismar was like, "What if we oil paint? Do you want us to just like die?" I don't have as much experience with oil paints, and in general, any medium that requires more patience than my doom scroll brain can handle is not good.
Yeah, oil painting is a very patient medium, or it can be.
That's why I never got into it. Like I was the kind of person that would paint with acrylics and keep a hair dryer next to me so I can dry them faster.
Yeah. And I'm over here trying to like make acrylics last longer with a wet palette.
I was not like drawing out my palette, I was drawing my painting.
The same with my painting. Like I would use so much oil in it because I really wanted that see-through glazing to make it more magical. And it would take forever to dry because I have so much oil I'm working with.
I want a snack.
Okay.
Wismar and I are getting more and more excited about the idea to do these like art fairs, to have like a table at an art market or whatever it's called. So we're just thinking about products and things that we can have there, and it's an exciting process. But there's also this idea of really thinking about what you're gonna sell, because there are a bunch of people selling the exact same thing, and there are actually art markets that don't allow too many vendors of the same kind for like diversity purposes, I suppose. Um, so yeah, you'd find that a lot of places don't accept pottery anymore and like knitted items and things, which I understand that people go for those hobbies and things, but then there are a lot more things that you can do. And we are coming to fill in the gap.
Yeah. He says figuring out what people want.
But something that really, really needs to be a thing at these art markets is low priced items. So I'm not saying that to take all your items and price them as low as possible. Just saying that you need to have small items that people can just grab as trinkets. They're not too big, so they like occupy their bag, occupy their mind, their budget, and stuff that you can take as a souvenir and
Yeah.
like weigh on your mind.
But that's actually good for
And
any businesses having a range of prices for
yeah, but I
customers.
feel like that tends to lack in these kinds of markets, unless you want like stickers or uh stickers.
Yeah, and I think that's because they have a limited show space and also capacity to like bring to the cons.
Yeah.
So they're trying to like get the biggest bang out of what they can put up there. But I think it probably might be less intuitive, but it does make more business sense to have something to draw people to your table that they can get at a small price. And then, if they enjoy the experience, they might be able to throw down more next
Yeah, so
time.
like low stake purchase, kind of like you don't invest much in it, but if you like really like it, you buy more of that one thing to share with friends and things because it's cheap.
Yeah, that too.
So try to think of a product that is easy to manufacture or to like procure, that is okay to ship, that you can price low. And it doesn't have to be like all your products, but it needs to be like a few of them because you can just have your lowest offer to be stickers, and those are like the bulk cheap stickers that you can get anywhere.
Hmm.
Because I've seen that as the art market that we've been to. They are like the most generic, you've done a good job teacher stickers.
Yeah, stickers can be fun as long as they're not like ones you see everywhere.
I've got a few friends that vended cons. Gotchas. What are gotchas? Everybody's talking about gotchas. Please enlighten me. I don't want to die stupid. Come
It's
on.
kind of like a loot box where you don't know what you're gonna get.
So, blind bag.
Yeah, I believe so. I know that's what gotcha games are. I don't know how gotchas work at a
DB.
stall.
DB, and enlighten us.
He says, yeah.
Okay.
So it's like a blind bag.
Okay. I see.
Oh, I think it'd be interesting to do. It's a blind box with different characters, and you can sell the whole set. Oh, I think it'd be interesting to incorporate some of these ideas for a crowdfund too, because
Yeah.
these would be things that nobody else is offering.
Yeah. So just do rewards or like stretch goals or what?
Um, both. I don't know. Kind of something you have to figure out at the time. What works?
Oh, to be quite honest, you are dying to have products to sell, to flex those salesman muscles.
Yeah. Or one at a time if you see they get one they want.
What I would absolutely want to have is those kind of like gumball machines, but I would like those that are with those plastic bowl prizes, so not gumball size, just bigger, and I could put stuff in them like small version of our products, something interesting, to like put coins in them and just twist and turn and get a bowl of
Get,
stuff.
get an acorn.
Yeah,
A very beautiful acorn.
I like
The real thing.
a tooth or something. Tortoise beak. Speaking of a tortoise, I listened to Pippa Pipkin's story of the tortoise that her mom has. It's the funniest thing ever.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, it's this tortoise that is not supposed to like roam around the house, but somehow it does, and she like gets out of her room and like trips over it and breaks her neck.
Roller skating on a tortoise.
Yeah, and she says that the tortoise is a jerk, and I'm like, yeah, that checks out. I need to show you that video. How are we online? Wait,
It is looking great. Yeah.
amazing. Snack and anime.
Yes. And I've got
That is a full day of work.
I got something
Can
lined
I?
up for
Oh,
everybody. Go ahead.
can I show my the VTuber?
Yeah, please do.
Guys, let me show you something. Oh, she doesn't have a skirt on. Don't look. There you go. So right now I'm at the stage of this.
Yeah, a lot of progress since I last saw it. Yeah, and she's kind of a raccoon slash tanuki character.
Yeah, if you want to see like how she's supposed to look like, here it is. DB says cup sleeves are big too. Okay.
So, what are you doing with this character?
So I tried to put together a character that it might not seem simple. This is my first Life 2D project, and I wanted to incorporate a bunch of things like asymmetrical legs because they are not like perfectly drawn with a symmetry tool. Um, two types of hands. I was trying to follow a bunch of tutorials in one go. So I was trying to design a character that would cover all of those tutorials. um Hair that is like drawn in layers, but like specific layers. I want to draw bangs and like a bun, so she has bangs and a bun and a bunch of hair. I want to do these like dangly bits on her. She has these like twigs coming out of her hair, but I don't know if I'm gonna end up doing those or not. But I wanted to see how to animate and just rig assets too. And some boob bouncing, and this is why she's like barely getting covered by that shawl. Yeah, and just like overall, she might not look simple, but she's put together from simple concepts to be able to cover as much knowledge as possible from the first project. So then I can move on to more experimental stuff. Plus, I'm not really having like a deadline with this, so I can just learn, experiment, draw, just figure out things. And yeah, we see how we move from here.
Yeah, that bounce is another version of fan service.
Exactly. The right bounce goes a long way. Exactly, because you can imagine that this shawl is barely covering the chest, and then if it bounces, there might be some like nipple slipping, and then we get banned.
Yeah. You can sell it to other people so they can get banned.
Yeah, and I'm gonna like label it as like a bad ban speedrunner, and they would be like, "What does that mean?" I'm gonna say, You'll see." What? You have like an account with 10K followers that you worked on for so long? That's too bad.
Join us in the shadow ban. All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah, but also no. Before you say that, I painted the chest like even like under the shawl. Can I take the shawl off?
Yeah.
It doesn't have like the nipples drawn.
You're
We're
waiting for.
smart.
You're waiting for a no.
Yeah, I was waiting for a reaction. I thought we established at some point that I only do stuff for
Here,
reactions.
how about I start the raid, and then as soon as I hit the raid button, you can drop the shawl.
Okay.
So I'm glad everybody was able to join us. This was a nice, chill stream. Ah! And we're gonna be
My pen
raiding
slipped.
Atlas Anarchy. She's got some anarchy too. Another VTuber. She looks like she's currently just chatting. But thanks again for coming, and we hope to catch you again real soon.
Out in the wild.